I have considered the issue, have decided that this is a matter that I should allow the precedence according to the issues of privilege. The honourable members may therefore table a motion to be debated on Monday. The motion will be taken after any urgent questions or statements and before the government business. The motion will be available to members once it's been tabled, which will be before the rise of the House today. Order, order. We start with questions. The Cabinet Office. Sarah Perchin.
Question number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 1 and 15 together. We have reset our relationships with the European Union and are now focused on delivering a long-term strategic partnership to improve the lives of working people and make the UK more prosperous. It is good for bills, good for our borders and good for jobs.
Sarah Perchin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK joined the EEC in 1973, which later became the European Union. Given this week's visit by the French President, and given this government's desire for closer cooperation with the EU, can you confirm that no new or existing trade deal will lead to this country rejoining the EU through the back door?
Absolutely, that's not the case, Mr. Speaker. What we have with the European Union is a bill that is leading to, is a new deal that the supermarkets say has a downward pressure on prices. Octopus Energy say that it will bring the cost of energy down. I'm surprised to hear that Reform are against that, but then again, on the day they welcomed in Liz Truss's party chairman as a new member, perhaps it's no surprise they take that view.
Sir Desmond Swade.
At 5:45 yesterday on Farming Today, a shellfish farmer, it was put to the shellfish farmer that it was going to become much easier for her to export her produce to the European Union. Her response was, yes, but we're told that the changes will be 2 or perhaps 4 years away if they happen at all. Given what we've negotiated away, can it be expedited?
Well,
Minister.
I absolutely am determined to expedite it as quickly as possible, and it's fantastic to see the opposition in that position. I thought his front bench were against these new arrangements.
Shadow Minister Mike Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, as the Minister will be aware, under the existing framework, the UK is entitled to take unilateral measures to protect the internal market where there is a diversion of trade. FSB Northern Ireland say that a third of businesses that previously traded between Great Britain and Northern Ireland have ceased to do so. Now, we know from his interview yesterday that the Minister doesn't consider 3/4 of deportations being voluntary to represent a majority, but does he consider a third of businesses to be a diversion of trade? And if he doesn't, what would be a diversion of trade?
Minister.
We've just introduced on the 1st of July, Mr. Speaker, the Phase 3 checks under the Windsor Framework. Now, the Windsor Framework was negotiated by the previous government. We supported it from opposition. I would assume that the opposition's position is that they continue to support those arrangements. We obviously do monitor very, very carefully the issue of trade diversion that he is talking about, and we also stand ready to help businesses adjust to those new arrangements.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A few months ago, this government reached a small but welcome trade agreement with the EU, our largest trading partner. And just this week, members of this House heard from the President of France, Emmanuel Macron, in the first state visit by a French president since 2008, and the first by a European Union political leader since Brexit, and his remarks on the closeness of the relationship between the UK and France. So now that UK-EU relations are at a turning point, doesn't the Minister agree that it's finally time to be more ambitious, drop the red lines, cut the red tape, and aim to negotiate a UK-EU customs union which would boost the public coffers by £25 billion a year?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have delivered an ambitious new trading arrangement with the European Union. We also delivered a new free trade agreement with India, economic deal with the United States. What she is suggesting would take away our freedom to be able to do that, and that is contributing to our economy.
Tom Hayes.
Number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Government officials and ministers, including myself, regularly engage the EU on a range of issues of importance to British citizens. The UK and the EU allow for visa travel in line with their standard arrangements of third country nationals. The UK government will continue to listen to and advocate for British citizens.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many thousands of our constituents, including my own, Philip and Catherine, lived for part of the year in Spain. Prior to Brexit, they did so without restriction, but now they face limited visa options, resulting in more frequent flying. What conversations has the Minister had with Spain's government about ending these barriers?
Minister.
I do really thank Philip and Catherine for raising this issue, and I know my honourable friend is a powerful advocate for them. It's the Foreign Office that leads on bilateral issues with EU member states, and they regularly engage on a range of issues. Whilst we recognise that extending the 180-day period is a matter for member states and the EU, my honourable friend can be assured we will continue to listen to and advocate for UK nationals affected.
Jim Shenton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for his answer? Minister, as you will know, Northern Ireland is in that wonderful place, the limbo land of movement. We're half in the United Kingdom, half in the EU because of the unfinished protocol bill that we have. So can the Minister perhaps tell us how those in Northern Ireland will be affected by this Schengen area movement in relation to their particular and perhaps peculiar position that they are as a result of the protocol? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Northern Ireland does have the unique advantage of dual market access. And with regard to wider issues that the Honourable Gentleman is talking about in terms of application of EU law, he can be assured that I am the co-chair of the joint committee, and I work very, very carefully and closely on these matters with the Northern Ireland Executive.
Warren Digges.
Question number 3, please, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend and parliamentary neighbour is absolutely right to raise the importance of a civil service that has a presence around the country. He will know the importance of the MHCLG presence in Wolverhampton to the local area, and we want to see half of our UK-based senior civil servants being based outside London by 2030, and we recently announced plans to relocate thousands of civil service roles to towns and cities across the whole of the UK.
Digges.
I thank my right honourable friend for his answer. Indeed, I do feel blessed to have the dual headquarters of the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government, which employs over 250 people right next to my constituency office in Wolverhampton West, and I welcome the government's plans to move civil servant roles out of London into communities like mine. But can my right honourable friend please set out how these roles will work closely with businesses, the City of Wolverhampton Council and communities in my constituency, and also help my constituents to pursue careers as civil servants?
My honourable friend raises some very good points. We don't just want to see buildings with no connection to the local community. It's important they do have a connection to the local community. I also want to make sure there is good career progression in civil service buildings outside the country, and recently announced a new civil service apprenticeship scheme so that we can recruit people from all backgrounds to the civil service and make sure they can get promoted and enjoy a good civil service career.
Sir Gavin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last government saw civil servants' jobs relocated not just to Wolverhampton but also Stoke-on-Trent. But it's really important that the very top level of the civil service is also located outside of London. So could the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster set out how many permanent secretaries are currently located permanently outside of London, and what steps he'll take to make sure more permanent secretaries are located in both Wolverhampton and Stoke-on-Trent?
Well, we don't have a permanent secretary in Wolverhampton, but I do think it's important that there is career progression. That senior roles are outside the country. That should include permanent secretaries, and that should all come within our target of half of UK-based senior civil servants being based outside London by 2030.
Shadow Minister Richard Holt.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Heads of department have said that 60% attendance actually finds the best balance for civil servants working within departments, so 60% in the office. However, in a recent written parliamentary question answer to my honourable friend, The department said that actually no data exists for attendance outside London HQs, or it's certainly not collected centrally. However, the Office for National Statistics produced data about their own workforce, which via the UK Statistics Authority comes under the Cabinet Office. And that shows a daily attendance rate of as little as 3% in some of the regional offices of the ONS. Does the Minister think that an attendance rate of 3% will help career progression and therefore help relocate civil servants outside of London? Does he think that 3% is acceptable? And isn't this just part of a wider pattern of non-attendance in offices outside London? And isn't it time that his department publishes the data on attendance levels?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been problems in the Office for National Statistics. We launched a report into it, which has recently reported, and there will be a change in the leadership of the Office of National Statistics, as he's aware. That report did highlight the amount of people not working in the office, a pattern which grew up when his party was in power, and I hope that the new leadership addresses every part of the recent report into the ONS.
Sir Olney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The government's recent announcement of a number of measures to reform the civil service include cutting up to 10,000 jobs and relocating thousands of roles across the country. These reforms are vast in scope and could have a significant impact on public services, but the government doesn't seem particularly interested in setting out the details to Parliament on these changes. This House has not been given any clarity to properly scrutinise which roles will be moved, cut or otherwise changed, and so I asked the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster when he will present his full plans on civil service reform to Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, on the 14th of May, the Government announced the launch of new thematic campuses in Aberdeen and Manchester, the closure of 11 buildings, and reaffirmed the commitment on 50% of senior roles that I just mentioned. She says these are vast commitments. I actually think we need to go faster, that reform of the state is essential, and that this will not be the end of civil service and state reform.
Tony Vaughan.
Question number 4, Mr. Speaker.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 4, 5 and 16 together. On the 19th of May, we held the first ever UK-EU summit and announced a strategic partnership that will make people across the UK safer, more secure and more prosperous, delivering greater security via the Security and Defence Partnership, increased safety through tackling irregular migration and organised crime, and prosperity through the removal of trade barriers, energy efficiency and a cheaper transition to net zero. Good for bills, good for jobs and good for borders.
Tony Vaughan.
I thank my right honourable friend for his answer. Can the Minister, in his capacity leading the UK's UK-EU relations, outline how the Cabinet Office is ensuring that the new sanitary and phytosanitary agreement will reduce the level of checks on goods at both the Eurotunnel terminal in Folkestone, my constituency, and the port of Dover, and improve the flow of trade? And what steps are being taken to further break down barriers to trading goods with the EU?
Minister.
My honourable friend is a really powerful advocate for his constituency in Folkestone and Hythe. He's right, the routine SPS border checks and certification, including for goods travelling through Folkestone and the port of Dover. It'll mean fresh produce will hit supermarket shelves more quickly, with less paperwork and fewer costs.
Gregor Point.
The new agreement with the EU will help Scottish businesses to grow and to export. World-class product producers such as Glenmorangie Whisky, which is bottled in my constituency, Patterson Shortbread, which is baked in my constituency, and the Scottish salmon industry have warmly welcomed this deal for Scotland. Therefore, why is it the Minister think that SNP, Tories and Reform have set their face against it?
Minister.
My honourable friend speaks very powerfully for his local businesses, and I'm delighted that great produce such as Patterson Shortbread, lawn sausages and Scottish seed potatoes will benefit from easier and cheaper trade with the EU via the SPS agreement. And any party that wants to reverse this would have to explain why they want to take away £9 billion a year worth of benefits by 2040 from our economy.
Conor Round.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After years of the Conservatives picking fights with our most important allies rather than working with them on the shared challenges we face, does the Minister agree with me that our recently agreed trade deal and our closer cooperation on security and migration show the benefits of a grown-up approach to improving relations with our European partners?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and the trade and cooperation agreement left a massive gap in our ability to tackle irregular migration. The agreement we've now made with the EU starts the process of filling that gap through a comprehensive partnership. It includes enhancing our operational relationship to tackle organised immigration, crime and irregular migration with key agencies like, for example, Europol.
James Wales.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This government has a track record of announcing trade deals, but then nothing actually happens, as our steel sector can attest. So 2 months on from the Prime Minister crowing about a deal with the EU, can the Minister confirm whether SPS checks, sharing criminal records data and energy cooperation, has any legal text actually been agreed and any of those measures been implemented or not?
Mr. Speaker, if he is seriously saying our trade deals make no difference, he should visit Jaguar Land Rover and speak to the workers there whose jobs were saved by the economic deal with the United States. And with regard to the matters that he is raising, he's right to say that the new common understanding isn't itself a legal text. He's absolutely right. We will now be moving forward to agree that legal text as soon as possible. And given the backbench questions so far, they all seem to want it done as soon as possible, despite the opposition from the front bench.
Alistair Carmichael.
Mr. Speaker, surely if the last 9 years have taught us nothing else, they've surely taught us that it's much easier to agree about the need for an agreement than it is necessarily to reach an agreement. The SPS agreement is going to be critically important for food and drink exports. We're only going to get one chance in this. So to get it right, we need maximum engagement with the companies and the businesses that are actually doing the exporting. What is the Minister doing to ensure that their voices are heard in these negotiations and that the agreement suits them?
No, the Honourable Gentleman is absolutely right, and that's why I've engaged throughout. There's already the Domestic Advisory Group that exists and the previous Trade and Cooperation Agreement that I regularly speak to that contains a range of stakeholders, but I do go beyond that in terms of the work that I do with stakeholders, and he's absolutely right that their voice being heard through this process now of agreeing the legal text on the SPS agreement is hugely important.
Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. While we await the detail of the SPS deal, Northern Ireland is still seeing new and additional bureaucracy being introduced to actually implement the Windsor framework. Does the Minister agree it would make more sense to actually extend grace periods and put a freeze on that bureaucracy rather than introduce more, as already has been indicated in the FSB Northern Ireland report?
To negotiate generally, it's hugely important that we show good faith in implementing the agreements that the country has already agreed to previously. But I would say to the Honourable Gentleman as well, I always show pragmatism in terms of implementation of the Windsor framework. Take, for example, parcels, where I went to Belfast last summer. I was told that there wasn't readiness for businesses there. I applied for a 6-month delay, secured it, and then implemented it. So he can be assured I do take that pragmatic approach.
Elaine Stewart.
Question 6, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Our plan for change is already delivering the change the country voted for a year ago. Great British Energy, headquartered in Aberdeen, is investing £1 billion in offshore wind supply chains, benefiting workers in our industrial heartlands. Britain had the highest growth in the G7 in the first quarter of this year. Interest rates have been cut 4 times and wages are rising faster than prices. There is more to do, Mr. Speaker, but after 14 years of decline under the Tories and almost 2 decades of SNP rule in Scotland, the country is turning a corner with this Labour government.
Elaine Stewart.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Health Secretary shared his plans to improve NHS by giving patients more control over their treatment. Patients in England are now able to book appointments and order their prescriptions on the NHS app. Will the lack of Scotland's NHS app being described as a national embarrassment, will the Minister agree with me that people living in Scotland are being left behind?
My honourable friend makes a really important point. Under this Labour government, NHS waiting lists are falling and we have an ambitious plan for the NHS's future. Under the SNP, Scotland has an analogue government in a digital age and Scotland's patients are missing out. Scotland needs a new direction, which I hope they will take with Anna Sarwar's Scottish Labour Party next year.
We're Hobhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday I met with the members of the Spanish Senate, where we are talking about energy security and how to bring energy energy bills down for our residents on either side of the Channel. It is very clear that energy trading between the EU and the UK doesn't work properly. What can we do and what progress has been made in order to improve interconnectors and make that investment that is so necessary there?
We're not quite sure it's relevant, but if you're happy, Minister.
It's in the common understanding and we want a deeper relationship with our partners in the EU on this issue.
Shall the Secretary of State Alex
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In its plan for change, the government pledged to get the country the highest sustained growth in the G7, or back to where the Conservative government left it. But it seems that this government is on course to fail. All respected international analysis, the OECD, the World Bank, the IMF and so on, suggest that over the next 4 years the UK economy will grow nothing like as fast as, for example, the United States or Canada. What analysis can the Minister point to that suggests otherwise?
Minister.
Since coming into government a year ago, we have taken measures to fix the mess left behind by the Conservatives, which is why in the first quarter of this year we were the fastest growing economy in the G7. Interest rates have gone down 4 times, meaning people are paying less in their mortgages. Wages are rising faster than prices. That's the difference that a Labour government makes.
Well, it's no surprising that the Minister could not point to any such analysis, because no such analysis exists. And that's because the government has no plan for growth. They do have a plan for tax, and they have a plan for borrowing, much more borrowing. The OBR's excoriating report earlier this week highlighted just how dangerous this is. Indeed, under this government, there is the very real prospect of a sovereign debt crisis. Where, will the Minister tell us, is the government's plan to avoid this? It is not clear that the markets can wait until November.
Our plan for growth is central to this mission-driven government. Our investment in housing, building 1.5 million homes, will add £7 billion to the economy by the end of the Parliament. We are building with spades in the ground with our rail and road projects. We're getting on where the Tories failed this country for 14 years.
Number 7, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to answer questions 7, 14 and 17 together. Our plan for change is already delivering for the British people. As my honourable friend has just said, wages up more in the first 10 months of our government than in 10 years under the previous government. A new nuclear age with £14 billion committed to building Sizewell C as a critical part of our clean energy transition. NHS waiting lists down by over 200,000 for the first time in years. What a contrast to the record of the party opposite.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Chancellor, Duchess of Lancaster, reassure the House that once he has actually started publishing the tracking dashboard for the plan for change, these 6 milestones won't go the same way as the 3 foundations, the 6 first steps of change, the 5 missions and the 7 pillars of growth, and be abandoned and replaced when the government realises they are missing their targets?
Well, Mr. Speaker, if he wants more facts about delivery, let me help him out right now. Last week we launched the biggest social and affordable housing programme in a generation, meeting a need that has been unmet for years in this country. We have extended free school meals to 500,000 more children, and this year we'll be putting 3,000 more neighbourhood police back on the beat. I'm very happy to give him all the figures he wants.
Joe Robertson.
There isn't any more.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that the government's plan for change tracking dashboard is still in development, could I ask the Minister to include a column or facility that tracks all the U-turns, or as the government may prefer to call it, the changes to the plan for change, brackets subject to change, so that the public can see where those U-turns have taken place, such as winter fuel payments, grooming gang inquiry and welfare reform. And if I may say, it will also help the Labour backbenchers keep up with where the government's current position is.
Mr. Speaker, I hear a cry for more delivery statistics, so let me help him out. We have also recruited 1,500 new GPs, deported 30,000 people with no right to be here, and the expansion of free school meals will lift 100,000 children out of poverty. He's welcome.
Rebecca Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is clearly very happy to claim that all is rosy after their first year in power. Yet on the ground in my constituency and around the country, the opposite story is being told. The government's policies are hitting my constituents hard, whether the impact of increased national insurance contributions on local charities, the prospect of more red tape for landlords, and moving the goalposts for the most vulnerable. So given the government's amazing claims, why are they so reticent to share the plan for change metrics in one place so that the good people of the United Kingdom up and down the country can see the reality of this Labour government in hard facts?
More facts.
Mr. Speaker, she seems to want more delivery, so let me help her out. As my honourable friend said, the highest growth of any G7 economy in the first quarter of this year, cuts in interest rates and a warm homes discount which will be expanding, meaning 6 million households will benefit from better insulated houses. But I make this point too. I do not claim in reading out these statistics that everything is perfect, far from it. But I do believe we've had change in the last year, change in the investment pattern of the country, change in real wages, change in our trading position, change that is well worth having.
Harry Campbell.
Question number 8, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for too long, residents and frontline workers have had to navigate fragmented and underfunded services, having to arm up for battle when using public services. From our Best Start strategy to new neighbourhood health centres, we're reforming public services so money is invested into prevention, services are designed with and for local communities, and people always come first.
Will the Minister agree with me, while waiting lists in England are falling, thanks to our investment of billions of pounds into our National Health Service, it is an absolute disgrace that despite record levels of money being provided to the Scottish Government, waiting lists in Scotland are continuing to rise?
Minister.
As my honourable friend set out, since Labour came into power, we've seen waiting lists continue to fall, 2 million new appointments, and the Scottish people have not seen the same benefits. But luckily, they don't need to wait too long to vote for a Labour government with a plan to change this.
Ian Byrne.
Question number 9, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
We are fully committed to introducing a Hillsborough law including a legal duty of candour for public servants and criminal sanctions for those who refuse to comply. We have been engaging with the families and we will continue to do so.
Ian Byrne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a long list of MPs, ministers and Prime Ministers across both sides of this House who enable the establishment cover-up at Hillsborough, denying justice to the victims and survivors, with only a few honourable exceptions of politicians who did the right thing. The establishment is a powerful force, Minister, and it takes real courage to confront its deep-rooted fear of accountability. Given the government has so far failed to deliver its promise to enact the Hillsborough law, does the Minister recognise that this is a continuation of the betrayal of the Hillsborough families, survivors and all those affected by state cover-ups? If he does recognise this, will he support the Hillsborough law I am tabling tomorrow at second reading? If not, why not?
Minister.
I want to, first of all, pay tribute to the work that my honourable friend has done, and I know he speaks from lived experience in this matter as well. He is been and has been and will continue to be an extraordinarily powerful advocate for the Hillsborough families, and the assurance I give him is that the government is absolutely determined to get this right.
Sorry, Zoe Franklin.
Question number 10, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, one of the best parts of my job is to travel around the country and see the amazing work the local public service partnerships are doing. Our Test, Learn and Grow programme has been set up to get behind frontline innovators, trial new approaches, bringing together central government with those on the front line, local councils and communities, learning from what is working and scaling up things that work, that improve things for people.
Zoe Franklin.
I thank the Minister for her comments, and it's really good to hear about that partnership working with local communities and local government. And in June, I had the privilege of going to the launch of a new innovative partnership between University of Surrey and Guildford and Waverley Borough Councils, which is seeking to apply the university's global research expertise to real-world problems faced by local communities, from better housing to addressing the shortage of planners. And I wondered if the Minister could explain how the government will be supporting important initiatives like this, which seek to deliver on the government's aim to innovate and improve public service delivery, and which matter even more as local government reorganisation progresses across Surrey.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for her question. And as I said, some of the best part of my job is getting to visit amazing projects like this, and I would be delighted to come and see the work that's happening there. And our missions are not just missions for government, they're missions for the whole country. We need councils, universities, communities to come together, and that partnership is incredibly important. And as I set out, Test, Learn and Grow is about finding those innovators, finding those partnerships and spreading that great practice. So I look forward to hearing more.
Bill Powell.
Number 11, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, we set out our plans to make sure the billions that this government is investing in roads, hospitals and railways mean good jobs, skills and opportunities in communities around the UK. Our plans will recognise industries critical to our national security, protecting UK resilience in sectors like steel and energy, and creating high-quality British jobs and boosting skills in local communities will be key requirements for companies to win contracts for large infrastructure projects.
Joe Powell.
Can I thank the Minister for all her hard work to bring together procurement information centrally for the first time and improve the quality of that data? And can I ask her what progress has been made to push that out to the public in the dashboards and analytics that will help us track and improve the public procurement system and monitor the government's strategic goals on backing British SMEs and supporting key sectors of the economy?
Mr. Speaker, can I thank my honourable friend for his continued advocacy for greater transparency in procurement, which we know delivers better value for money and better services. We set up the central digital platform, which now holds over 4,000 pipeline notices, and will soon be making a data platform available, which will facilitate detailed analysis of SME participation. And we're expecting that to be available soon to procurement teams, and we're currently scoping how we make that available to the wider public.
Andrew Ranger.
Question 12, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Government is committed to working with all levels of government to deliver for people across the whole of the United Kingdom. In the last few weeks, I attended the Interparliamentary Forum to speak with colleagues from across the 4 legislatures and have held productive discussions with devolved government colleagues on our trade strategy.
Andrew Ranger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Labour Government understands the importance of partnership and power. And 1 year on, I welcome that this partnership has delivered record funding for Wales, improving our railways, protecting coal tips, boosting our economy and our public services. At the general election, we rightly recognise that the Welsh fiscal framework is outdated. Please could the Minister provide an update on the progress being made to address this?
Mr. Speaker, I can give my honourable friend the undertaking he seeks. We're committed to working in partnership with the Welsh Government to ensure that that framework is brought up to date and delivers value for money. My officials are supporting Her Majesty's Treasury on how the framework can be updated, and that work is ongoing.
David.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the Government still committed to one civil service across the United Kingdom? And if so, what is it proactively doing to ensure that as part of their career development, UK Government civil servants work within the devolved administrations, and those within the devolved administrations have roles within the UK Government?
Mr. Speaker, firstly, I would want to begin by paying tribute to the work of the civil service, not just for the UK Government, but also the civil servants across the United Kingdom who do tireless work on behalf of the public each and every day. They are a critical part of this Government's determination to deliver significant change for the country and to drive forward the missions that we have defined. In relation to the point that he describes, in the early years of devolution, there was a lot more interchange between the Home Civil Service here in London and in offices such as in Edinburgh and Belfast and in Cardiff, and it is an issue which I know is being given thought to in terms of how do we make sure that there is the right expertise in the right parts of the country, and also an information exchange as to how to get it right.
Alex McIntyre.
Question number 13, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month, on behalf of the Prime Minister, I made a statement in the House announcing the National Security Strategy. This coincided with the NATO summit attended by the Prime Minister, and at its heart, the strategy has 3 pillars: security at home, strength abroad, and increasing our sovereign and asymmetric capabilities. My department will lead on the coordination of this work, which doesn't just apply in the Cabinet Office, but right across government.
Alex McIntyre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Cybersecurity is vital, not just for our national security, but safeguarding our public services. So I was delighted to see that the government is investing in the sector through its Cyber Growth Action Plan. Some of that investment is going into my neighbouring town of Cheltenham, but there are so many fantastic opportunities and potential for opportunities in my city of Gloucester. So will my right honourable friend meet with me to discuss how my constituents can access some of those opportunities and secure the well-paid, high-skilled jobs of the future?
Well, Mr. Speaker, recent events have shown just how important cybersecurity is. We have over 2,000 businesses across the UK generating revenues of an estimated £13 billion with 67,000 jobs in this field. We are also a large exporter of cyber products. The truth is we do need the training and the capability in this new area of defence. And I'm happy to ensure that he gets a meeting with a relevant minister.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The BBC covered the government's publication of the National Security Strategy last month with the headline, "UK must prepare for war scenario." Often the public will hear an alarming headline like that without reading about the context, nor what that might mean for them or what they should do about it. Will the government draw on academic expertise around engaging with our constituents on this subject, such as the Centre for Public Understanding of Defence and Security at the University of Exeter?
Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable member makes a very good point about engagement with the public. Anyone who has watched the news in recent years will know that the defence picture across Europe is changing. I made a statement to the House earlier this week on the importance of resilience. Resilience is not just a matter for government. The government does have its responsibilities. It's a whole of society effort, and it will require proper dialogue and communication with the public too.
Question number 18, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Infected Blood Inquiry published an additional report on compensation. The Government will now urgently work through these recommendations and work closely with the Infected Blood Compensation Authority to understand the delivery implications and of any policy changes to the scheme. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I hope to provide a further update to the House on this before the summer recess. 2,043 people have been asked to start their compensation claim, and 616 offers of compensation have been made, totalling over £488 million. Last week, the Government wrote to the Public Accounts and Public Administration and Constitution Affairs Committees outlining the steps the Government is taking to remove administrative barriers to allow IBCA to speed up payments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer in the response to yesterday's report. And I speak today on behalf of one of my constituents, a core participant of the inquiry who was recently invited to start their claim. They have asked specifically about those affected, such as the parents of the infected, and when they will be invited to start their claims, given that they have been living for decades waiting for justice, and the concerns that delays may mean that they don't get to see it within their lifetime.
Minister.
And I understand that concern, Mr. Speaker, and my honourable friend's a powerful voice for her constituent, and I welcome the news her constituent has started their claim. But I know many across the House will be eager for their constituents to begin their claims as soon as possible, including those constituents who are affected. Now, the Government expects IBCA to begin payments to those who are affected by the end of this year. As I've set out, the government has taken steps to remove administrative barriers to allow IBCA to speed up payments. I also recognise that the Infected Blood Inquiry has also made a recommendation on the sequencing of payments, which will be for the Infected Blood Compensation Authority to consider.
Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remain concerned that Sir Brian Langstaff has never asked me, as the Minister who was responsible for the design of the scheme, to account for the process that I adopted under the advice of the civil servants that my successor, the Minister, shares. I'm concerned now that there will be continued lack of clarity and certainty for those that have been waiting for too long. We appointed an expert group on the advice, the best advice of the civil servants. We ensured that there would be engagement with representatives from the 40 groups, and I met them over 18 meetings in 10 days prior to legislation coming to this House. And I'm gravely concerned that continued uncertainty through more report writing will not serve the best interests of this community. And what steps is he going to take to resolve these matters finally, once and for all?
And I do pay tribute to the work of my predecessor as Paymaster General in this area, and I know the experience, practical experience on this that he speaks from. When I gave evidence to the inquiry back in May, what I said was that I wasn't bringing a counsel of perfection, that I would listen to suggestions, but that what I would do is judge them on the basis of not causing further undue delay to victims who've already waited for too long. And that is the approach I'm going to take as I look at these recommendations urgently, and as I say, Mr. Speaker, hopefully with your permission, update the House on that before the summer recess.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker. Sir Brian Langstaff was particularly critical of the engagement with the infected and affected community since his publication of his final report in May last year. In particular, he was critical of the way the expert group was set up with the explicit instructions not to engage with the community. So does my right honourable friend accept that there has been a lot of damage done since the publication of that final report, as is exposed in the report that Sir Brian Langstaff published yesterday, and that can he say what he intends to do to improve those relationships with the infected and the affected?
Mr. Speaker, I'm obviously deeply sympathetic to the inquiry's words on the involvement of the infected blood community. The government is committed to providing fair compensation to victims of this scandal, and the inquiry has recognised this and said, and I quote, "There can be no doubt that the government has done right in ways which powerfully signal its intent, but I also recognise what Sir Brian has said when he stated there is still more to be done to ensure that the detail and operation of the scheme matches up to its intent. I will now be looking at those recommendations urgently with a view to action."
Alison Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Graham is a victim of the infected blood scandal, and his experiences and the length of time he's had to wait for compensation actually have strong parallels with another constituent of mine, Steve, who was the last RAF officer to go to prison for being gay. There are parallels in terms of the length of time waiting for compensation, and both constituents have suffered decades of trauma as a result. What parallels can the Minister draw in learning about these two compensation schemes, and how can we ensure that in future the administration of such compensation schemes is smoother and swifter and a better experience for those who are impacted?
Yeah, I mean, the Honourable Lady speaks very movingly about both her constituents, Graham and Steve, who clearly have had to wait decades and far too long for justice. I think she raises a very fair point in terms of learning from compensation schemes. And this is historic. We had, for example, the Windrush compensation scheme that began under the previous government. We've got Horizon ongoing at the moment. We have the infected blood. Well, obviously, the inquiry has just produced an additional report, but the compensation scheme is ongoing. On infected blood, IBCA has used a test and learn approach, and I think that is a really important approach to be taken to allow us then to move into a phase where we can speed up payments more quickly. But to her central point, I think it's absolutely vital, and I'm very conscious of this, of looking at what has been working well in other compensation schemes of the past, What's worked less well, being honest about that and learning from it.
We come to topicals, Emma Foodie.
Topical one, please, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since our last oral questions session, my department's announced that companies winning contracts for major infrastructure projects will be rewarded for creating high-quality British jobs and boosting skills in local communities. We set out our national security strategy to protect security at home, promote UK strength abroad and increase our sovereign capabilities, and earlier this week published our Resilience Action Plan, which included details of a new test of the National Alarm System to come in September.
Foodie.
I thank the Secretary of State for that answer. And the government's changes to the Green Book and place-based business cases are really positive for regions like the North East. Can the Minister set out how the Cabinet Office will support cross-departmental work on identifying test cases, such as the Moor Farm and Seatonburn roundabouts in my constituency, where the current infrastructure is holding back growth in housing, and it needs to help the government to achieve our growth and housing missions?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me say my honourable friend is a brilliant champion for her community, and it's precisely because this government does want to support growth in communities like hers that the Chancellor has set out that the new Green Book will support place-based business cases, and rapid work is happening to deliver this over the coming months.
Secretary of State Alex Burkott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster confirm that civil servants should not engage in public fundraising for political parties?
Mr. Speaker, we all know the rules for civil servants. I think I know who he's referring to, and let me anticipate his next question. The person is doing a wonderful job.
Alex Burkott.
Well, I'll just fill in the House for those who aren't as well informed as the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. The simple fact is that senior civil servants should not be engaged in public fundraising for public speaking for political parties. And it's been reported that on the 23rd of June, Lord Mandelson, who the government classifies as a senior civil servant, spoke at a Labour fundraising event. So will the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster assure the House that this breach will be properly investigated and treated?
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I believe there's been correspondence to the Cabinet Secretary about this. He will reply in due course. But let me add this. Lord Mandelson is doing an excellent job as our ambassador to the United States. He was integral to the negotiation of the trade agreement with the United States, and he is a great asset to the government and to the country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Andy is one of several former civil servants in my constituency affected by the McLeod judgment. Like many others, he's still waiting to receive his hard-earned pension, a delay causing serious distress. Whilst Andy is recovering from major surgery, he's now facing financial hardship due to many missed deadlines and delays. So will the Minister agree to meet with me to discuss Andy's case and those 3 other constituents affected who have contacted me to ensure their cases are resolved urgently?
Mr. Speaker, I was deeply sorry to hear about Andy's circumstances, and I will of course meet with my honourable friend to discuss this case. I have been asked to be kept personally updated on the case following the letter from my honourable friend, and the Cabinet Office is continuing to stress to my CSP, the scheme administrator, the importance of contractual performance.
Alison Griffiths.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What steps is the Cabinet Office taking to ensure all public bodies adopt robust cybersecurity frameworks, and what is the timetable to ensure their compliance?
Mr. Speaker, as I said a few moments ago, the recent cyber attacks have been, I think, a wake-up call to government, to business, to the whole of society. This is part of our national defence. It's taken extremely seriously. The National Cyber Security Centre works with victims of these attacks and gives advice in peacetime, as it were, as to how businesses can best defend themselves against these rogue operators who try to extort them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was recently made aware by GE Vernova that their UK-based lower-cost bid for Eastern Green Link 3 was passed over in favour of a higher-cost overseas supplier. Would the Minister meet with me and GE Vernova to discuss current procurement policy and whether it does enough to support UK manufacturing, ensure our energy security and our net zero commitments?
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for her question, and while I can't comment on the individual procurement, I can say that we are changing procurement rules to strengthen the focus on British jobs and skills and to support British industries critical to our national security, like energy. We're consulting on this at the moment, and I'd be more than happy to meet my honourable friend and the company to discuss this further.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a constant complaint from my businesses in Harrow that if they're not on the government-approved list, they almost can't get a government contract. So what action is the Minister going to take to make sure that new firms and new SMEs can actually get contracts and keep jobs in the UK?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I absolutely agree that we need to be supporting SMEs, and that's why we've set targets for all government departments on SME and VCSE spend. It's why we're reviewing the rules to make it easier for SMEs to get onto government contracts, and while we're consulting on new plans to set targets for the entire public sector on SME spend.
You understand, mate?
Speaker, earlier this year the Government published its National Procurement Policy Statement. Given that the economic growth is this Government's #1 mission, can the Minister update the House on how this new approach to procurement will ensure we deliver economic growth in every corner of this country, especially in the Central Belt, Forth Valley and Falkirk?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I really welcome the House's continuing enthusiasm and support for procurement. We absolutely have listened to that and taking it seriously, which is why we set out, as I said a couple of weeks ago, further changes to procurement rules to respond to all of these points about supporting SMEs, about supporting British jobs and supporting British skills.
Mr. McBeth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister confirm the amount of money that has been saved as a result of the changes I brought in to the equality, diversity and inclusion guidance in the civil service? Will he also say if he will be maintaining those changes, or does he seek to overturn that policy?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not seeking to overturn that, but I think we want to have a system where we uphold the equality law that applies to the civil service just as it applies throughout the public sector.
Clive Efford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Further to my honourable friend's answer regarding the contaminated blood inquiry, can I and I welcome the fact that he is about to update the House in future when he's had an opportunity to digest yesterday's report. But can I get an assurance from him that it won't be the last day of sitting before we go into recess?
On that, I may be in the hands of Mr. Speaker, so I certainly will not tread into the days I will be permitted to do so, Mr. Speaker, but definitely before the summer recess.
Challenge you,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you are well aware, Bridlington is the lobster capital of Europe, so there is understandable outrage at the recent decision by the government to sell out the UK fishing industry for the next 12 years in return for an SPS deal that is yet to be negotiated. Is that just another example of the shambolic way in which this government does business?
No, absolutely not, Mr. Speaker. And what we have, first of all, is a multi-year deal with stability, which will give the opportunity for investment. This government is then going to invest £360 million in coastal communities and updating the fleet. If he's opposed to that, he should say so. Surely he isn't. And the SPS agreement will allow our catch to be sold far more easily to the EU. And by the way, 70% of our catch currently goes to the EU. He should be welcoming that.
Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the UK-EU reset. It will help to bring down energy and grocery bills. I also welcome the government's new procurement plans. In Bournemouth East, we have fantastic talent, particularly within our younger population. So will the government minister outline for me how these new procurement plans will help to give those younger people opportunities, but also secure clean power in the South West?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've set out plans to strengthen and streamline social value, so we're absolutely clear about the expectations on businesses to support jobs, skills and opportunities being opportunities for our young people to get into good quality work in communities like yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and myself are politically completely at one, because if it was down to the two of us, we would relocate all the civil servants to Wolverhampton and to Staffordshire. But what is also incredibly important is actually ministers being in those offices. Will the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster commit to publishing the details of ministerial attendance in offices outside of London and how long they stayed in those offices?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure I will, because I actually think while they should attend on occasion, but I think racking up ministers having to be in a certain place just to keep with a published record is not the best use of their time. Let me say to him, I very much welcome the civil servants working in Wolverhampton. The Cabinet Office has a fantastic building in Glasgow, which I've enjoyed visiting and working in on several occasions.
David Munday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. However, I was disappointed that the UK Government did not go ahead with the proposals for a Glasgow campus for the UK Government offices. One of the reasons for that campus was to upgrade the facilities available to the FCDO staff who are currently located at Abercrombie House in East Kilbride, and it had been identified that Abercrombie House does not have the facilities currently to be the second headquarters of the FCDO. So will the Chancellor of the Duchy work with the FCDO now to ensure that that investment goes into Abercrombie House to make sure that it can be a second FCDO headquarters?
Mr. Speaker, if his ambition is to move the staff out of East Kilbride, I think he should maybe have a word with the member for East Kilbride. We have good locations in both Glasgow and in East Kilbride. We welcome both of them, and I recently, going to refer to the previous question, spent some time working in the office in East Kilbride, and I hope it's a good home for civil servants for some time to come.
Right, that completes questions, so let the front bench change over. Urgent question, Shadow Secretary of State, James Cartledge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Defence if he will make a statement on the UK-France nuclear partnership.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK and France have a proud history of cooperation on defence nuclear matters. Alongside our conventional warfighting capability, the independent strategic nuclear forces of the UK and France contribute significantly to the overall security of the NATO alliance and the Euro-Atlantic. Since 1995, we've stated that we do not see situations arising in which the vital interests of one could be threatened without the vital interests of the other also being threatened. In 2010, both nations agreed to share research facilities and cooperate on nuclear technology under the Lancaster House treaties. In 2022, at Chatham House, the Defence Secretary set out the importance of rebooting Lancaster House and our defence relationship with France, and this was reaffirmed in our 2024 manifesto. Today, the Prime Minister and President Emmanuel Macron will agree to deepen their nuclear cooperation and work more closely than ever before on nuclear deterrence. This is an important step forward for the UK-France nuclear partnership and reflects the significant improvement in the relationship between our two countries that this government has driven. A soon-to-be-signed declaration will state for the first time that the respective deterrents of both countries are independent but can be coordinated. The declaration will also affirm that there's no extreme threat to Europe that would not prompt a response by both nations. As such, any adversary threatening the vital interests of Britain or France could be confronted by the strength of the nuclear forces of both nations. Cooperation between countries on nuclear research will also deepen while working together to uphold the international non-proliferation architecture. Further details will follow after today's agreement. In an increasingly volatile and complex global security environment, exemplified by Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, a war on the European continent, the UK and France, as Europe's two nuclear powers, are united in our determination to work closer than ever before on nuclear deterrence. It's a manifesto commitment, a promise made and a promise kept, and yet another example, Mr. Speaker, of how this government is delivering for defence.
Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But thank you for granting this urgent question. I do think these are such incredibly substantive matters not to have a statement from the government today and have to find it out overnight from the press. On this side of the House, just to be clear, we back our nuclear deterrent 100% and have never wavered on that. So we support steps that boost the resilience of our nuclear enterprise, diversify delivery, and above all, help our core CASD to remain the cornerstone of our homeland defence against the most extreme threats. We also welcome steps to genuinely strengthen UK-French cooperation defence, building on Lancaster House. In particular, having been the government which first authorised provision of long-range Storm Shadow missiles to Ukraine, we also recognise the urgent need to replenish our own Storm Shadow stocks, which is in the press release. So can the Minister confirm if we are actually placing orders for new Storm Shadow missiles from MBDA or simply reconditioning existing stocks? But the nuclear aspect of this is by far the most significant. Can the Minister confirm where this will leave the operationally independent and sovereign nature of our existing Trident nuclear deterrent? Yep. The Telegraph quotes the declaration, which of course we have not seen, Mr. Speaker, that both nuclear arsenals, and I quote, remain independent but can be coordinated, and that there is no extreme threat to Europe that would not prompt a response by both nations. Does this mean that our respective national deterrents will now be jointly operationally delivered, and how will that coordination take place in practice? Crucially, how does this new nuclear doctrine affect NATO and our very close cooperation on nuclear deterrence with the United States? Will France now be offering its nuclear deterrent to NATO as we do? And perhaps most importantly, will France be joining the NATO nuclear planning group? On the matter of tactical nuclear weapons, I have previously asked about options other than US-controlled gravity bombs with no reply. So given the announcement on Storm Shadow and MBDA, will the UK and France now be looking at cooperation on tactical nuclear delivery options via our shared complex weapons industrial base? A particular concern on our side is that there appears to be a deep paradox at play here, talk of closer cooperation with France, but in the background, the government's still getting nowhere on access to hard cash from the European Rearmament Fund, despite having given up our sovereign fishing grounds. To conclude, it is truly extraordinary that such significant defence developments do not warrant a government statement, so the Minister must now be as transparent as possible in answering our questions, not least after weeks dominated by smoke and mirrors on defence spending and chaotic U-turns on welfare that raised the most profound question of all: where's the money going to come from, Mr. Speaker?
Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There hasn't been a statement yet because the agreement hasn't been signed yet, and in fact, if the honourable gentleman would like to listen to the replies, the agreement hasn't been signed yet, and I'm sure as soon as it is signed, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure as soon as it is signed, Mr. Speaker, that the honourable gentleman has had his questions, which he's asked. I'd like to try and answer them without him heckling me too much, although it's obviously up to him how he behaves, Mr. Speaker.
No, it will be up to me.
It will be up to you, Mr. Speaker, indeed. He asked whether or not the idea that we should work more closely together with France, independent but can be coordinated, there was a phrase that he particularly referred to, whether that means there's any implications for the independence of Trident. The answer is no. Our CASD operations are entirely unaffected. This isn't a new doctrine, a new nuclear doctrine on behalf of the UK. Our nuclear doctrine is the same as it ever has been. Our nuclear deterrent the use of it in any circumstances can only be authorised by the Prime Minister. That remains the case. The French have their own arrangements for how they authorise theirs. It doesn't matter for them, but this agreement implies no coordination in that respect. What it says is that there is an opportunity when vital interests are affected for coordination between both nations in the way in which they respond. And I think that just strengthens the power of the deterrent across Europe when both nations that are nuclear powers can actually coordinate their responses. It strengthens the deterrent against our potential enemies by making it clear that, that the two nations will act in coordination rather than entirely separately. He asked about whether or not this has any implication about whether our deterrent is still dedicated to NATO. It doesn't. Our deterrent is, of course, still dedicated to the defence of NATO. He referred again to tactical nuclear delivery options, tactical nuclear. I don't know if he meant tactical nuclear weapons development when in what he was asking. This government doesn't see any use of any kind of nuclear weapon as tactical. And we're not proposing in this agreement to develop any new kinds of nuclear weapons. It's about coordinating the options that we have together to make Europe and the North Atlantic stronger.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome today's agreement that is in train as a powerful signal that Britain is once again stepping up to be a reliable European ally, with deeper UK-France coordination on nuclear deterrence marking a step change in how we engage with our closest partners. This is not just a diplomatic milestone, it has real potential to reset relations, strengthening European security and driving long-term investment into our industrial base. As someone who's the keenest champion of our sovereign capability and resilient supply chains, particularly in my own constituency, can I ask the Minister how this partnership will be used to maximise opportunities for UK industry, ensuring we can build the skills, infrastructure and capacity needed to keep our deterrent credible for decades to come?
Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, can I thank my honourable friend for her question. This effort on our coordinating our nuclear deterrence between the UK and France is in the context of a refresh of the Lancaster House treaties, and there are provisions in that not only about nuclear deterrent but also about our conventional forces, coordinating them, and also coordinating efforts through our industries to make sure that we can manufacture new and future-proofed complex weapons that will assist in deterring potential adversaries who would threaten Europe. And so this is in the context of an entire agreement, refreshed agreement, that should strengthen both our conventional forces and our capacity to coordinate between our militaries, as well as the coordination of our nuclear deterrence.
Callum Miller, Liberal Democrat, spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Liberal Democrats have consistently said that the UK's security depends on deeper defence cooperation with our European allies. So we welcome progress, but urge the government to go further. Nuclear coordination between the UK and France can help deter Putin and support Europe's collective security. And this is particularly critical, as Donald Trump has shown that our security is no longer his concern. France cherishes the independence of its nuclear system, as the Minister has confirmed. So can she provide further details on exactly how this new system of coordinating nuclear deterrence will work? The government must now go further. Can the Minister update the House on whether the government has secured full access for UK defence firms to the EU Security Action for Europe Fund? No. As Putin escalates his attacks against civilian targets in Kyiv and other cities, we must work with our allies to support Ukraine. Will the government use today's coalition of the willing talks to agree how the UK and France can seize Russia's frozen assets held in our two countries?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I thank the honourable gentleman for his support for deeper defence cooperation. The coordination of our nuclear deterrence, it says that there's no extreme threat to Europe that would not prompt a response by our two nations. But France and the UK remain two sovereign nuclear weapon states, and their respective nuclear forces and decision-making processes are independent. So there will be increased coordination of research and development and of the cooperation that we've been engaging in since the Chequers announcement of 1995. That will be deepened, and there will be a coordinating committee between the Elysée and between the Cabinet Office that will be the joint arrangement for deciding on precisely how and what extra research or extra training that we might do. So there will be a increasing coordination of that effort. But I would like to stress that our decision-making arrangements remain completely independent, but that both nations recognise that there's no extreme threat to Europe that wouldn't prompt a response by our two nations. Our vital interests are the same in that respect. In terms of SAFE and access to those EU funds, there are negotiations ongoing, but they're not completed. But one would hope that there will be progress that can be made. And I can't quite recall the third point that the honourable gentleman made. I have got nothing further to say today on that. You probably wouldn't expect me to in a UQ about nuclear coordination.
Very good. Is the Minister as surprised as I was to find that the opposition spokesperson only half quoted that sentence from the report in Navy Lookout, talking about making it clear that no extreme threat to European security would go unanswered by both countries, but failed to actually look at the real purpose here, that it signals a strengthened deterrent posture as Russia has repeated threats to use nuclear weapons. And would my honourable friend agree with me that actually what this shows is that the relationship, which was damaged by Brexit, is now being recreated by this government, and the AUKUS Pact, the defence cooperation, is now a clear priority for this government with the European Union, and it's embodied in this relationship, this new relationship with France.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for the point that he's made, and I suppose I should say that I'm surprised that the honourable gentleman only quoted half of a sentence, but you're probably not the first opposition spokesman, if indeed that is the case in the history of oppositions in this House. But I do agree with my honourable friend that what we have here is a strengthening of the deterrent across Europe that will help deter potential adversaries from conducting themselves in a way that might threaten the future of our nations.
And a message.
I welcome the announcement of strengthening collaboration with France, although reading between the lines, it does sound like coordination is actually really submarine patrol deconfliction. Our aerial participation in the NATO nuclear mission is still a decade away, with completion of F-35A delivery not scheduled until 2033, according to the government. But both the French Air Force and Marine Nationale are armed with the ASMPA medium-range supersonic nuclear tip missile as part of their force de dissuasion. Is this nuclear strike capability within the scope of this agreement? And if so, how will it be incorporated into our own nuclear doctrine as an escalation step prior to the use of Trident? And does this form an interim solution whilst we await the capability to fully participate in the NATO nuclear mission? And how will command of it work?
Very good. Very good.
Well, the honourable gentleman complains about the amount of time it's taken this government to do things in respect of defence, but we had to pick up the mess that was left by his government that was in office for 14 years. So I think it's a bit of a cheat for him to complain about delay when the reality is that his own government did nothing for 14 years. I've made it quite clear that our defence nuclear posture isn't changing, that we're not seeking to acquire new and different nuclear weapons, but that if the vital interests of the UK and France are engaged, are threatened, then we will coordinate the response. We will coordinate our nuclear response as a result of this agreement, and that provides a greater deterrent.
Chris MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A much stronger relationship between the UK and France in this area will require a deepening of our commercial collaborations in our respective industrial bases, particularly in the supply chain. I wonder if the Minister could comment on how the Government's own procurement policies will help to support this collaboration, particularly as it might impact on or benefit, in fact, companies in the Teesside Defence and Innovation Cluster.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is correct. The refresh of the Lancaster House Treaties isn't just about nuclear cooperation. It's also about the cooperation between our conventional forces and greater cooperation and effort between our industries bilaterally to provide us with things like complex weapons in a way that will deter and enable us to defend ourselves at thresholds well below any nuclear threshold. So my honourable friend's right, and any increase, as we are seeing in defence spending, does give more opportunities for our own industries, whether they're offering novel technology or dual-use technology, or whether they're our traditional big primes. It offers more opportunity for all of them to help us in our rearmaments.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Speaker. I understand that the ink may not be dry on this agreement yet, and clearly the Minister can only answer for what she is aware of at the moment. However, she mentioned the use of a committee to make decisions. So who's going to chair this committee? What's the membership? And how will decisions be made if there's a disagreement between our allies in France and ourselves?
Well, Mr. Speaker, our respective national authorities will remain responsible for planning and conducting operations. A UK-France nuclear steering group will be established to provide political direction for increased coordination across nuclear policy, capabilities and operations. That will be joint between the Elysee, which has the power, which has authority over nuclear matters in France, and the Cabinet Office, which will coordinate with them, obviously with MOD input.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome my honourable friend's response this morning and greater collaboration between the UK and France with this nuclear partnership. Because it not only enhances our nation's security, but has the potential to deliver highly skilled, highly paid jobs to every nation and region across our country. So I wonder if my honourable friend could say a little more about how those benefits will be realised in Scotland.
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is correct that the strategic defence review and our ongoing commitment to increasing defence spending in this country does give opportunity for our industry to benefit and to obtain contracts and assist us in making sure that we can defend our nation and NATO more fully and in a better way going forward. So there will be jobs, skilled opportunities and growth in all parts of the nations and regions of the UK.
The threats and the nuclear sabre-rattling that we've heard from President Putin since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine is utterly unacceptable. And the response from the British and the French governments has been robust. And for me, defence cooperation between the UK and France is always welcome. Will our governments also seek to get a reaffirmation from other P5 countries, including Russia, of the Reagan-Gorbachev formula that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his support for this extra coordination. The aim of all of this, Mr. Speaker, is to make sure that NATO and Europe is safe from the threats that may come from Putin and his nuclear sabre-rattling, as the honourable gentleman has referred to. We believe that deterring those threats is the best way going forward to make sure that we don't end up having to fight a war that would be catastrophic. And so that's where we're at present. I'm not sure that President Putin is in the mood at the moment to agree, because he does issue nuclear threats every now and then. I'm not sure that he's in the mood to agree that nuclear wars can't be won. What we need to do is make sure that he's deterred in his approach.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was the two bedrocks of our national defence, our own sovereign capability and our membership of NATO. Of course, the United Kingdom and France are both members of NATO, but as the Shadow Secretary of State pointed out, the paradox is that we and every other NATO member bar one are members of the NATO Nuclear Planning Group. Of course, that bar one is France. So as part of these discussions, are France going to join that NATO Nuclear Planning Group? Or if they're not, how on earth is this coordination going to work within that partnership?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not here to speak for the French government. As far as I'm concerned, our nuclear posture has not changed. Their nuclear posture is a matter for them. What this agreement says is that there is no extreme threat to Europe that wouldn't prompt a response by our two nations. And although we both independently look after and are responsible for our deterrence, we believe that coordinating potential responses in this way provides a greater deterrence for Europe and for NATO, and that's the basis of this agreement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our deepest and closest relationship on nuclear deterrence is clearly with the United States of America. So can the Minister confirm how this agreement will affect that crucial relationship for our security?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't change our very close relationship with the Americans. In line with the NATO strategic concept, the strategic forces of the US, the UK and France all contribute significantly to the overall security of the alliance. There's no reason why that shouldn't continue to be the case.
Jim Sham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I always expect to be last, so I just juked in there ahead of my colleague and friend. Can I thank the Minister very much for the answers today to the questions? We very much welcome the news that we are to enhance our nuclear programme. The security can only be good for our whole nation. However, the estimations that I have read still put our nuclear capability well below the threat of Russia. So how can we continue to build our nuclear capability, and how can Northern Ireland play a part in that work? And the Minister is always committed to helping Northern Ireland. I'm very keen to hear how that will work. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable gentleman is usually last but never least. And he's not even last, perhaps, on this occasion. But I agree with him that that it's important that we strengthen the credibility of our deterrence, which is why we are committed to building the 4 replacement boats that carry our CASD deterrent, that to up to 12 SSNs through SSN AUKUS. We are doubling the drumbeat over time of our construction of submarines, and I think that sends a pretty powerful signal to potential adversaries that our CASD and our capacity to defend it and use it are going to be significantly strengthened over the coming period of time. And I'm glad to say that I've found generalised support for that in this House, which I welcome.
Robbins.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, you referenced the political steering group that will be set up between the two nations. Can I just ask, is there any concerns then either within government or the MOD about the sharing of intelligence with what will be a separate political steering group that will actually sit outside or adjacent to NATO?
The steering group's about political policy making rather than an intelligence basis, but I'm sure that appropriate arrangements will be made for any such if there's any such issue, but I don't anticipate there'll be a problem.
Right, point forward relevant to this. Jim.
Indeed. If I may seek your guidance on how to set the record straight. And following the question from the Honourable Member for Brent North, the Minister criticised the fact that I only partially referred to a quote from the declaration text. Just to be clear, I have not seen the declaration, Mr. Speaker. It was leaked to the media overnight. That was all I could read from, and I'm none the wiser from the answers you've just had.
Please, we can't keep the debate going. You've made the point. It's on the record. Right, let's move on. We now come to business questions. Shadow Leader of the House, One said Jesse Norman.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Will the Leader give the House the forthcoming business?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I shall. The business for the week commencing the 14th of July includes Monday the 14th of July, Committee of the Whole House and remaining stages of the deprivation of citizenship orders effect during appeal bill, followed by the Chairman of Ways and Means is expected to name opposed private business for consideration. Tuesday the 15th of July, Opposition Day, 9th allotted day, debate on a motion in the name of the official opposition, subject to be announced. Wednesday the 16th of July, second reading of the Property, Digital Assets, etc. Lords Bill, followed by debate on a motion relating to the Committee on Standards third report of session 2024-25 on Register of Interests of Members' Staff, followed by general debate on giving every child the best start in life. Thursday the 17th of July, general debate on the Global Plastics Treaty, followed by general debate on ageing, community and end-of-life care. The subjects for these debates were determined by the Backbench Business Committee. Friday the 18th of July, the House will not be sitting. The provisional business for the week commencing the 21st of July will include Monday the 21st of July, general debate on the 80th anniversary of victory over Japan. Tuesday the 22nd of July, the Sir David Amess summer adjournment debate. The subject for this debate was determined by the Backbench Business Committee. The House will rise for the summer recess at the conclusion of business on Tuesday the 22nd of July and return on Monday the 1st of September.
Shall Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am not going to let this moment pass, and I'm sure no colleague would wish me to, without reminding everyone present again that this week marks the 20th anniversary of the 7/7 bombings, 7th of July 2005, in which 52 people were killed in 4 separate attacks and 700 more were injured, many of them grievously. I know the whole House will want to join me in mourning the victims of these dreadful crimes and in sending all our best wishes to their families and loved ones. While we're on the subject of anniversaries, the House will need no reminding that 2025 is 760 years since Simon de Montfort convened the first representative parliament, and perhaps even more significantly that this year marks 800 years since the year 1225, when the charter we now know as Magna Carta was agreed as a statute, and indeed became the first of all our statutes. To that extent, it is 1225, Mr. Speaker, and not 1215 that should be recognised as the birth date of Magna Carta. Very pleased to hear that wide array of support from the House. Thank you. Important point I thought to put on the record. For this government, of course, the past week marks an anniversary of a somewhat less glorious and happy kind, its first full year in office. So as a House, it falls to us to ask, first of all, how has the government done? It would be right to focus, in the first place, on its shockingly negligent and abusive treatment of our Northern Ireland veterans. But that is the topic of a Westminster Hall debate next Monday. So let us focus on wider issues. Labour pledged to deliver the highest economic growth in the G7. In reality, UK growth has failed even to beat the G7 average. It promised to meet NHS waiting list targets for 92% of patients, but the current figure stands at 59.8%, just 1 percentage point better than a year ago. It vowed to smash the boats and the boat gangs, yet small boat migrant numbers are up almost 50% compared to this time last year. So, well, perhaps we can forget the pledges. How then is the UK economy actually doing? Well, we know that the OBR has cut its growth forecast to just 1%. Inflation is higher than a year ago. Unemployment stands at its highest for 4 years. And so diminished is the government standing in international markets that, as the Institute for Fiscal Studies recently pointed out, the UK now faces higher borrowing costs than almost all other comparable countries, 2 full percentage points higher than Germany and higher even than Greece and Italy. I'm afraid to say the government has stored up more pain to come. The junior doctors have now voted in favour of further strikes through the autumn and into the new year. They had a 22% increase last year, the House will recall, and are now looking to their Labour brothers and sisters for a scarcely believable further 29%. And that's before you include their pensions. As the wildly overrated Aneurin Bevan said he had done in 1948, the present Secretary of State, and I'm quoting Bevan's words in 1948, that he had stuffed their mouths with gold, and they are already coming back for more. And what's the media reaction been to all this, Mr. Speaker? Well, internationally, The Economist described the Prime Minister's first year as wasted. Time called it a catalogue of errors. The normally sympathetic New York Times commented that Britain's Prime Minister is fading away before our eyes. Even supportive British newspapers have not been able to disguise their dismay. The Financial Times has bewailed Labour's drift, The Guardian its lack of vision. Not my words, Mr. Speaker, but those of some of the most respected newspapers in the world. But finally, we can ask, what do the poor, suffering public make of all this? We know what a laser focus 10 Downing Street keeps on the polls. It will not have escaped their notice that the Prime Minister's approval rating is now at minus 35%. No government in recent times has ever lost public support after an election faster than this one. How mortified the Prime Minister must be to be wrenched back almost weekly from the perfumed chancelleries of Europe to the grimmer realities of domestic politics. Mr. Speaker, we need not dwell on the pieties and pomposities of Labour's pronouncements about stability and trust before the July 2024 election. These are the facts, they speak for themselves, and they say only this: must do better, a lot better.
Well done.
Leader.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, just lost my opening page there. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I first of all join the Shadow Leader in marking the 20th anniversary of the 7/7 bombing, a day I think we all remember well, and I'm sure the whole House want to remember all those who died and actually all those who survived and all those who were affected by it. And can I also just take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to welcome the newly announced new director of the ICGS, the highly qualified Miriam Minty, who will be starting in September. As the Shadow Leader said, this week we've welcomed the French President's state visit to the UK. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I thought his address to both houses on Tuesday was excellent and historic. And can I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and your team and all those involved in organising it. I thought it underlined the deep and enduring relationship between our two great countries. The visit concludes today with a summit, and I will ensure the House is updated, Mr. Speaker, at the earliest opportunity on any agreements that we come to as part of that. I have to say, I mean, it is a bit galling week in, week out, but the Honourable Gentleman raises the proposed strike action by the doctors, which of course is extremely disappointing, and strike action that we don't think is at all necessary, because when the NHS is finally moving in the right direction, these strikes will put that recovery at risk, affecting patients and letting down our collective obligations to those that we're here to serve. We have delivered a very generous pay settlement, but we are keen to work constructively, and the door of the Secretary of State remains open, and he'll be in the House shortly. But this is a very different approach to what the Conservative left does, Mr. Speaker. They left the NHS on its knees, waiting lists at a record high, over 500,000 appointments and operations cancelled due to strike action in just 1 year. And it wasn't just the doctors. The rail strikes cost the economy over £1 billion. The teachers' strike lost 600 teaching days in 1 year. And they went to war with public sector workers week in, week out. I did notice, though, Mr. Speaker, that the Leader of the Opposition today is giving a speech talking about the ticking time bomb that's been left. Too right. It's a ticking time bomb. It's their ticking time bomb, and we all know that they left mines all over the place, and we're coming along having to sweep them out. And it gives me the opportunity. He wants to know about how our first year in office is going. I'm happy to tell him, Mr. Speaker, because we promised 2 million extra NHS appointments, and we've delivered 1 million more than that. We said we'd get waiting lists down, and they're coming down month on month. Interest rates are coming down, and net migration is coming down from a record high that they left it. We've secured 3 trade deals they once hailed but never delivered, and we've got them going. We've created nearly 400,000 new jobs since the election. We've recruited an extra 3,000 new police officers. We've built nearly 200,000 new homes, established Great British Energy, extended the warm home discount to 6 million more households, expanded free school meals for 500,000 more children, opened free breakfast clubs. We've banned water bosses' bonuses who've been polluting our rivers, and wages grew more in our first 10 months in office than they did in their last 10 years of office. I'm happy to debate him any time on our record, Mr. Speaker, so thank him for that opportunity to do that today. But I do have to feel slightly sorry for the shadow leader coming here week in, week out, when it's just going from bad to worse for the Conservative Party, isn't it? Perhaps that's why he has to go so into deep history as part of his speeches, because he doesn't want to talk about recent history. But he's one of the first up this morning after a big defection overnight, let's be honest, the latest in a long line of those fleeing the sinking ship. I mean, I wouldn't have put Jake Berry, best friend of Boris Johnson and former chair of the Conservative Party, I wouldn't put him down as a likely defector, actually. I mean, it really is that bad for them, isn't it? But I couldn't have put it better myself than what Jake had to say about it. And I'll give a little quote to the House, if you like. We've got a Conservative Party that doesn't seem to know what it stands for anymore. They've lost their way. They've abandoned their principles. They've abandoned the British people. I mean, he's right, isn't he, Mr. Speaker? But having said that, I think we can't pass this by. This defection doesn't make up for what's actually been a terrible week for the Reform Party either, especially when it comes to HR matters, shall we say. The bigger story for Reform this week is they really are becoming the party of sleaze and scandal and dud and dodgy personnel. It's not really the right moment, I don't think, to start ditching your vetting procedures, don't you think, Mr. Speaker? And even though they've only got a group of a handful of MPs, their chief whip seems to have had a busier week than ours. I mean, and that's kind of saying something. But I'm not sure if the Reform Party will welcome our partnership with the French on tackling the small boats this week. But when it comes to their own party, Mr. Speaker, they're already really enthusiastically implementing a policy of one in, one out.
Marcus Campbell-Savers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. EDM 1496 sets out how Samuel Ahmed bought Cockermouth's old courthouse for a knockdown price, and ignoring professional advice allowed the listed building to collapse into the River Cocker. So it was disappointing to hear the owner on Radio Cumbria this morning continuing to blame the council. My message from Mr. Ahmed: publish your plans, prove you can finance them, and quick, before the town floods through your inaction. Would the Leader of the House agree a debate on council powers to deal with greedy, incompetent property speculators is well overdue?
Leader.
Well, can I thank him for raising this very important case in his constituency? And he's absolutely right. We need more accountability, and we need for communities to have more powers over these important, vital local assets. And that's exactly what we'll be doing when we introduce the Devolution and Community Assets Bill later today.
Marie Goldman, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, LBC published a months-long investigative story into special educational needs. It shockingly revealed that families have been sent legal cease and desist letters in attempts by some schools and local authorities to deter parents from seeking education, health and care plans for their children with special educational needs and disabilities. The report uncovered that some parents and the independent SEND advocates assisting them have been threatened with legal action and being reported to the police simply for daring to ask questions about SEND provision their children are entitled to, but which is not being delivered. Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear. SEND children and their families have a legal right to support, and I'm sure the whole House would agree that attempting to prevent or limit the provision of such assistance, particularly through intimidatory tactics, is completely unacceptable. Yeah. We all know the SEND system is fundamentally broken and reform is needed. That's why the Liberal Democrats set out our 5 principles for SEND reform in England yesterday. Principle number 1 is ensuring that children's and families' voices are at the heart of the reform process. Indeed, the Prime Minister said yesterday that he wants to work with parents and teachers to get this right. So will the Leader of the House ask the Secretary of State to bring forward a statement explaining exactly how their voices are being not just heard, but understood as part of the SEND reform process? And will she join me in condemning the outrageous practice of issuing legal threats to parents who are simply trying to do their best for their children?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, can I thank her for raising this very important issue, which I know that she and many in her party care deeply about, as do many on most on this side of the House as well. As she says, I think it's widely accepted that we've inherited a SEND system in crisis, and I think any parent or any constituency MP who's been supporting families through this system knows that it's broken and that it needs addressing. And I'll join her in highlighting the LBC investigation, which I think really did shine a light on some of these issues. But just in terms of the process, I can reassure her we absolutely want to and will build consensus on these issues. We've been very clear about that. We're going to be working with parents, with teachers, with campaigners, with those right across the system and professionals as well, so that we can develop those reforms and fix the system that is much needed. We'll continue to have those very engaged dialogue over the summer before we publish a white paper in the autumn, and of course that white paper will be then followed by all the kind of processes that normally follow a white paper and all the discussions about that, and I will ensure the House is kept updated throughout.
Natasha.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at a time when just 26% of the UK STEM workforce are women, I am incredibly proud that in my constituency, a group from Croydon High School for Girls are on course to become the first all-girls school in the world to design, build and launch a CubeSat into space, following their successful live flight test this month. Mr. Speaker, they are testament to what is possible when we encourage our girls to reach for the stars. Yeah. So will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating the Astrogazers team on their pioneering work, and will she allow time for a debate on how we can open up more opportunities to girls in science, technology and engineering across all of our schools?
Yeah. Leader.
Well, as a STEM graduate myself, absolutely endorse what she is saying. Actually think that girls are often better at science and maths in many ways, but they just don't pick it. So I strongly congratulate the Astrogazers team and the school in her constituency, and would encourage all of those girls involved to get into a career in science, engineering and technology.
Chair of the Backbench Committee, Bob Black.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the Leader for announcing the business in the Chamber. And if she could look forward to the September sitting to give us early dates, it would help us plan those sittings, the debates in the Chamber. In addition to the business that the Leader's announced, in Westminster Hall on Tuesday next week, on the 15th, there will be a debate on SEND provision in the South East. On Thursday the 17th, a debate on the role of freedom of religion or belief in UK foreign policy, followed by a debate on the role of the RAF Photographic Reconnaissance Unit during the Second World War. And on Tuesday the 22nd, there will be a debate on Black Country Day. And we are planning, of course, already for the September sitting by having debates on the 4th of September on adoption and special guardianship support fund, followed by a debate on the future of terrestrial TV. Now, Mr. Speaker, earlier this year I raised the plight of minority groups in Bangladesh, and yesterday I hosted a seminar where we heard from representatives of the Hindu, Christian, Buddhist and Ahmadi communities who are all under direct attack in Bangladesh. A couple of weeks ago, I referred to the Rath Yatra celebrations in Harrow, In Bangladesh, they were attacked by Islamist thugs and absolutely disgracefully destroyed that wonderful, peaceful procession. Equally, the current interim government in Bangladesh has failed to announce the dates of the general election when a proper democratic government will be elected in Bangladesh. So could the leader arrange for a statement to be made next week by the Foreign Office ministers on what we're going to do to put pressure on Bangladesh to make sure we safeguard minorities?
Leader.
Well, as ever, can I thank him for announcing some really important forthcoming debates, and I shall certainly do my best to give as much advance notice as possible on some of the opportunities coming up in September. He raises a really important issue around the freedom of religious expression and belief. Normally comes later in the session, but I'm really glad to see he's doing that today as well. He will know that we are in constant dialogue with the interim Bangladesh government, and we make very clear the importance of upholding freedom of religious beliefs and protecting all communities. We will continue that engagement, and I will ensure that the House is kept updated on those conversations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I can't help but note that the news of defection of my predecessor, Jake Berry, has generally been greeted in Rossendale and Darwin as bad news for reform, and many suggest that they should be re-establishing their vetting procedures. But anyway, on further reform news, I was informed this week that Reform-led Lancashire County Council are planning to cut £3 million from the county education budget by significantly reducing support for nurseries. This is despite increased childcare funding from this Labour government. I've been contacted by several Rossendale nursery managers who have made clear that this will result in increased costs for parents or even closures. If these are the sort of efficiencies that Reform are pursuing, increasing costs and stress for young families, then we should all be deeply concerned. Myself and fellow Labour MPs have written to the Leader of the County Council opposing these cuts in the strongest possible terms and asking him to think again. Does the Leader share our concerns, and will she agree with the debate on this subject? Leader.
Well, having visited a number of the nursery schools in Rossendale over the years, I know of the amazing work that they do to provide children in his constituency the very, very best start in life, and it's something this government's absolutely committed to supporting and increasing and ensuring that all young people can get that best start in life. I'm shocked to hear that the new Reform County Council there are planning on closing these. This is a wrong step, a retrograde step, and something I think they should rethink. He's right to point out that his predecessor, the former member for Rossendale and Darwin, is now a member of Reform, we hear. I think he might have ambitions actually maybe to put himself forward as possibly as a mayor of Lancashire in the forthcoming elections. And I also remember that same member joining me in the former APPG on nursery schools in wanting to keep the Rossendale nurseries open. So perhaps he might start his new career in the Reform Party telling them to stop this decision straight away.
Mr. Speaker, could I firstly add my tribute to my late friend Lord Tebbit of Chingford, who was one of the finest parliamentarians and a man of great courage and patriotism, and we owe him so much for what he did for our country. But he was also a victim of terrorism, as Mr. Speaker, you will know, and this week I had the privilege of representing my constituency at the 20-year commemoration service of 7/7 bombing at St Paul's Cathedral. And for those of us who were in London, in Westminster on the 7th of July 2005, it brought back the sheer horror of what took place on that dreadful day. Yet for the 52 people that lost their lives and the countless others that were mentally and physically scarred, the suffering was beyond imaginable. A constituent of mine at the time from Collier Road, Dan Biddle, lost both his legs and an eye in the attack and has been battling that trauma ever since. So, I ask the Leader of the House, will she please speak to the Home Secretary and ask her to heed Dan's call for a full public inquiry on 7/7 and give the victims the justice, the compensation and the closure they rightly deserve?
Well, first of all, can I pay tribute to Lord Tebbit, who was someone who I grew up very familiar with as a leading politician of the day. And whilst I disagreed with him on most things politically. I rated him as a politician who had a clear agenda and was really able to take those things forward in a way that many others weren't. And I recognise the challenge that he faced and many others. As the MP for Manchester Central, I also represent those that have been the victims of terrorist attacks, and I understand greatly the calls for answers, the calls for truth and justice, and of course the calls for compensation. And I will ensure that he gets a full response from the Home Secretary about the issues he raises.
Mr. Speaker, Douglas Forteith, Vice Principal at Freeborough Academy in my constituency, is retiring after 30 years of service as a school teacher, including as one of my old teachers when I was there. So I wonder if the Leader of the House will join me in paying tribute to Douglas for 30 years of educating young people in our constituency and pay tribute to teachers all across our country.
Leader.
Well, what a fine job Douglas Forteith did, and I'm sure he's incredibly proud that one of his former pupils is now a Member of Parliament. So I absolutely join him in thanking him for a great life of service and all the wonderful students I'm sure he's taught over the years.
Testament.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 weeks ago I asked about the long overdue final delivery plan from ME, and the Leader of the House rightly acknowledged the strength of feeling on this issue and referenced the NHS 10-year plan, which has been published but unfortunately makes absolutely no mention whatsoever of ME. The Department for Health and Social Care has repeatedly raised expectations that the final delivery plan for ME would be published by the end of June, which was a delayed date in itself. That deadline's well come and gone. This is appallingly disrespectful to those suffering from ME, and the continued delay is causing unnecessary distress and despondency. Can the Leader of the House explain why the plan has not yet been published and press the Department for its clear timetable and an urgent statement? Thank you.
Leader.
Well, I know that after she raised this with me 3 weeks ago, how much interest her question and my answer received from many of those really wanting these answers and wanting to know when the delivery plan is coming. I'm sorry that it's not been contained in the NHS 10-year plan, but I will, of course, be in touch with ministers for her and get some answers for her about the timing.
Eleanor Dollable.
Speaker, the return of the Bayeux Tapestry to this country for the first time in almost 1,000 years is a triumph for Britain. The tapestry quite literally wove Hastings and 1066 country into our national history. But while we are often at the centre of historical events, we have not always felt the benefits, and our area is in the bottom 10 places in the whole country for social mobility. This will be the exhibition of a generation, and our area must be a part of it. Children in my constituency must not be priced out by the cost of a ticket or a train fare. What better way to do that than to make sure the tapestry could visit 1066 country, perhaps? It's for the experts to decide whether that is practical. But will the Leader of the House join me in supporting my campaign to make sure that our area is truly part of this national moment and feels the benefits of it?
Leader.
Well, absolutely. Join her in saying what great news this is, that we are finally, after all of these many decades and hundreds of years, are going to see the exhibition of the Bayeux Tapestry in this country. And can I also pay tribute to her as one of the real champions in this House for her area, 1066 country, an area that is very, very close to my heart, having holidayed there for many years as a child. And I know how important this exhibition will be to her area and to young people in her area. And I'm sure, as she says, that this exhibition of a generation will bring renewed interest in Hastings and Battle and the surrounding areas as well, and I will join her in her call for young people to get access to it.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I begin by thanking sincerely the Leader of the House for making the announcement that there will be a debate on the 80th anniversary of VJ Day. And I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, it confirms how worthwhile it is to come to business questions and make a case for a debate. I'm sure the leader will join me in congratulating British players who had a record-breaking start to the first week of Wimbledon, and particularly to Cam Norrie on his great effort in reaching the men's semi-finals. Men's quarter-finals, sorry. But sadly, many British players have spoken out about the abuse that they've been facing online, including Katie Boulter and Jodie Burridge, with an with a WTA and ITF report finding that 40% of those people trolling players were dissatisfied gamblers. So can the Leader of the House bring forward a debate in government time to see what we can do to prevent this sort of unacceptable abuse, not just to tennis players, but to all those in public life?
Leader.
Well, can I first of all thank the honourable gentleman for being such a regular attender at these sessions, and I can confirm to the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, that it was because of his representations in these sessions that I had the idea of a VJ Day debate before we broke up for the recess, and that, as he said, the VE Day debate had been very oversubscribed, and I hope we can also look at this very specific lessons of VJ Day as well. He raises a really important matter, and I obviously want to join him in congratulating Cam Norrie and all of the British players for their progression in Wimbledon. But the online abuse that they have suffered, and many others in public life, is unacceptable, it is disgraceful, and it needs to stop. The Online Safety Act is an important first step, but we do need to go further, and the big tech platforms need to step up and put an end to this kind of abuse on social media and where it flourishes, because it is not acceptable and it needs to end.
Lizzie Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the crisis at Morecambe Football Club continues. Due to the failure of the owner to sell, staff are unpaid, the bar's unstocked, and actually 2 primary school leavers dues have been cancelled. Now, the community's rallied round, as they always do in Morecambe, and the parties will go ahead. But I'm wondering if the Leader of the House can let us have a debate in government time on corporate fiscal and social responsibility and what powers should be available when business owners let communities down like this.
Well, I'm really sorry to hear that the situation at Morecambe Football Club is continuing, and it sounds like it's getting worse, but I'm pleased that the community have rallied around to make sure that some of those leavers, proms, dues can go ahead. She's right to continue to raise these issues in the House. It's one of the reasons that we've brought in the Football Regulator Bill, which passed its remaining stages in this House earlier this week, because we want to put fans and communities right back at the heart of football and our important local clubs like Morecambe FC, and I know that the Secretary of State is keen to continue to work with her to resolve the issues at Morecambe.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can we have a debate or a statement on the accountability and accessibility of arm's-length bodies? For months, I have been working with a company trying to get answers for them out of UK research and innovation. Emails just go unanswered for weeks and months at a time. There is no publicly available contact information for the Chief Executive. I got an email this morning because my office called the press office at UKRI saying that I was going to raise it here, and that's the only point we've had anything out of them. Bodies like UKRI deliver a lot of government policy, so surely they should be accessible and accountable to members of Parliament in exactly the same way that her ministerial colleagues are required to be.
Well, absolutely. He raises a really important issue, and I'm sure we all share that frustration that he describes with many of these arm's-length bodies, quangos as they're known, not being open and accountable in the way that they should be. And frankly, this government thinks there are too many of them. And that's why we're taking steps to streamline that. But also, it's in the DNA of this government to make sure that people have recourse and accountability. That's why we brought in bills like the Football Regulator Bill, Renters' Rights Bill, the Water Special Measures Act, the Employment Rights Bill, because we want to give ordinary people more rights and recourse over bodies that take decisions on their behalf. But I will ensure that he does get a reply from UKRI, and I'm sure they've heard his question today.
Adam Jogi.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I extend my sympathies to you and your family on the recent death of your mother. Last Sunday, people from across Staffordshire, our ancient county, including many from the heart and soul of the county, Newcastle and Lyme, came together at Lichfield Cathedral for a celebration of Sir Ian Dodson's service as Lord Lieutenant of Staffordshire. Sir Ian and Lady Dodson have served the county, and particularly Newcastle and Lyme, very well for well over a decade. And so will the Leader join me in thanking Sir Ian and Lady Dodson for their service to the county and wishing them and their family well for their retirement?
Leader.
Well, absolutely join him in thanking Sir Ian and Lady Donston for all their service to his community and wish them the very best for their retirement.
Thank you, Mum. Can I join the tribute to Lord Tebbit? He was a political giant in his day and far more capable than the spitting image puppet ever gave him credit for. On education, can we have a debate in government time on emerging proposals to cancel education and healthcare plans? Can I say in all sincerity to the Leader of the House, we all know from our constituency work that the SEN system is broken and does need reform, but abolishing the HCPs would only lead to a backlash from angry parents and probably a major backbench rebellion. So whatever her government are going to do, please, in all seriousness, don't do that.
Leader.
Well, look, as I think we've said many times in here, the SEN system is broken. It does need reform, and I think it was his own, the last Conservative Education Secretary who described it as a lose-lose-lose situation for parents and for children, and it's not delivering the outcomes as well as being a really not a very good process for anyone involved. You know, we will. I hope he's not trying to misrepresent our position or our plans in what he's just outlined, but I can reassure him, as I have reassured others, that we are working very, very closely with the sector, with parents, with campaigners and others as we draw up a white paper later this year. That white paper will be published, it will be there for all to consider, to see and consult on, and we will take that process incredibly seriously because we do want to build consensus on how we can bring much needed reform to the SEN sector.
Clive Efford.
Deputy Speaker, my right friend, the Paymaster General, has given a commitment to respond to Sir Brian Langstaff's report published yesterday before the recess. And I tried to stress to him earlier on that the our campaigning feel very wounded about the way they've been treated since the final report was published in May last year. If that's left to the fag end of this Parliament and squeezed in on the last day, I think it will just exacerbate that situation. So can I stress to the Leader of the House, when she's in discussions with the Paymaster General, that we do not leave it that late?
Yeah.
Well, as ever, he raises these important issues around the infected blood scandal, and as I've said to him before, we've tried to be, since we came into government last year, incredibly forthcoming to this House with many statements, a debate, and tried our very best to move forward the compensation schemes which now are underway. I hear what he has to say. We do need time to just consider the findings of that report, but we absolutely are committed to ensure that that statement is made to the House before we rise.
This month, Ynys Mon's status as an UNESCO Global Geopark is the revalidation process to assess the functionality and quality of this status. Deputy Speaker, the island is a globally significant site for geological study and appreciation, with a vast geological history spanning 4 eras, 12 geological periods and 1.8 billion years. Will the Leader of the House join me in commending the hard work of the trustees and volunteers at the Geomon Centre in Porthamlwch, whose hard work ensures Ynys Mon maintains its world-renowned status?
Well, can I thank her for raising somewhere I visit regularly and really beautiful part of the world, and you know, I know many people enjoy going there, but she's absolutely right to point out that in addition to that, this is a really important geological site and the study that goes on with that. So I support all of her efforts in raising those issues, and I will ensure she gets a response.
Carolyn Harris.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Last night I was delighted to host the Lost Mothers Project in Parliament to share their report on the consequences for female offenders who experience pregnancy and give birth in prison. They were joined by the Clean Brick Theatre Company, whose play, based on the findings of the report, dramatises the struggle and trauma caused by maternal separation. Will the Leader of the House encourage Ministry of Justice colleagues to read and consider the findings of the Lost Mothers report when making changes to sentencing guidelines?
She's a great campaigner on these issues, and thank her for raising the Lost Mothers campaign and the report, and I will ensure that ministers do respond to that. The government is committed to addressing the specific needs of women in our criminal justice, including pregnant women. That's the work of the Women's Justice Board, but I will ensure that the Lost Mothers report gets a decent reply.
Richard Holden.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Would the Leader of the House agree with me that it is wholly unacceptable for a senior official at HMRC to refuse to respond to repeated reasonable requests from me on behalf of my constituents? We've had correspondence now going back to early March. And would you meet with me to discuss how we can ensure proper accountability for some of these arm's-length bodies and also get timely responses from executive agencies in all cases?
Leader.
Well, I'm sorry to hear of the case that he describes, and I'm absolutely happy to work with him to try and get a more prompt reply from HMRC. This is the second time this has already been raised in this session, and I would absolutely expect that the arm's-length bodies, which are responsible for big services, big expenditure and issues that really matter to our constituents, to be responsive to MPs and make sure that they get replies when they need them.
Alex Baker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last weekend marked our Airborne Forces Weekend, and I was privileged to attend the official opening of the new Airborne Memorial Shelter at Aldershot Military Cemetery. The shelter is a moving and permanent tribute to the service and sacrifice of our airborne forces, including those that lost their lives in the tragic air crash at Little Bolden 60 years ago this year on the 6th of July 1965. Would the Leader of the House join me in paying tribute to the tireless work of Tommy Simpson, Richard Stacey and the Aldershot Parachute Regimental Association, whose quiet efforts over many years made the project a reality? They are Aldershot's finest, and those that wear the maroon beret are Britain's finest.
Yeah. What a real tribute to all of those from our airborne forces, and particularly join her in thanking Aldershot's Parachute Regimental Association and all those involved in delivering this really important project. And I know that she's also worked with the Honourable Member for Colchester and the Member for Southend East, himself a veteran paratrooper, to honour the legacy of all of those involved. And I thank her for her leadership on this really important issue.
Richard Ford.
Deputy Speaker, there are over 10,000 education and healthcare plans currently registered in Devon, and the average cost is rising. It's now over £18,000 per pupil. Much of this is spent on private providers that are not subject to the rigorous oversight that we demand of SEND provision in the state sector. Given that the leader spoke a moment ago about a forthcoming SEND white paper being brought forward, please could we first have a debate on how SEND provision can be improved in the South West and across the country?
Yeah. Well, he's absolutely right to highlight some of the real challenges we face in this sector, that there are a number of very expensive private places that are often sought by those private providers. They don't have the same level of standards and accountability and value for money that we would expect in the public sector, and this is just one of the many difficult areas that we will need to tackle as we consider our reforms for special educational needs, and we will be doing that.
Mike Reader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. East Hunsbury Parish Council, East Hunsbury Primary School in my constituency has been named the kindest school in Britain. So will the Leader of the House join me in commending the school, Kelly Roberts, the mental health lead, but particularly all the students who put themselves forward to be kindness ambassadors? And does she also agree with me that in our acts in this place, online and in the press, we could all be a bit more like East Hunsbury Parish Council and always act with kindness?
Leader.
Well, absolutely join him in congratulating the kindest school in the country in his constituency, and maybe I would extend an invitation to the kindness ambassadors to come and meet with me maybe and other members of this House so we can share a bit more kindness across the House.
Lee Ingham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I also echo my honourable friend from Newcastle Underline's condolences, but it's good to see you back in your place. And I hope that the Leader of the House will join me in celebrating today the new escape room attraction that has opened in my constituency this week. It's called Stafford. Yesterday, Sandham Road was closed, Western Road was gridlocked, Newport Road had roadworks, and Beaconside is always to be avoided, leaving the only road out of town as Lichfield Road. So please could we have a debate in government time on how Staffordshire County Council needs to get its act together and sort out the endless roadworks blighting my constituency.
Leader.
Well, I think this is at least the third time she has raised with me the real problem roadworks that her constituents are enduring because Staffordshire County Council has not been able to manage them properly, and she describes it as an escape room, which might give a sense of fun about it, but I know that for her constituents this will be anything but fun. This will be a living nightmare. So she's absolutely right to call out Staffordshire County Council, who really need to get a grip.
Too right.
Alison Bennett.
Deputy Speaker. Miranda and Leo are my constituents and have been doing work experience with me this week. They're in the gallery and this is their question. They are students at Basvick in Brighton and Hove, one of the country's top state sixth forms, and they have to travel to college by train. The uni's own train pass offers travel into Brighton for just £22 per month within a 30-mile coastal zone from Worthing to Eastbourne, but it doesn't extend north to mid-Sussex, just 5 miles away, where Leo and Miranda live. It costs them £70 to £90 extra per month, which equates to £2,000 more over 2 years that they'd be at college. Given the government's mission is to break down barriers to opportunity for every child at every stage, does the Leader of the House agree that this fares system is unfair? And will she make time for a debate on fair access to public transport for college students?
Well, can I first of all join her in welcoming all the students from Baswick, I think, sixth form college. It sounds like an outstanding sixth form college, and I'm sure producing wonderful students like those with us today. And their question is a really pertinent one and a very good one. And it is unacceptable that there are those differences in travel costs, and obviously travel costs are a real barrier to young people getting the education and training and job opportunities that they need to do. That's why we're taking steps to address those, both in terms of our transport strategy plans, bus fare caps, and all of the opportunities for young people, but it's also why we're introducing the Devolution Bill to ensure that areas can work together collectively to break down some of these false boundaries that exist.
Well.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This week, Sky News reported that the testimony of an anonymous Israeli soldier who admitted that killing of or capture of Palestinian civilians often depended on the day and on the mood of the commander. This chilling account adds to a growing body of evidence suggesting a systematic disregard of Palestinian civilian life. In light of the ongoing reports of killings, violations and forced displacement, will the leader press the Foreign Secretary to urgently clarify if the UK government is considering further sanctions and what concrete representations have been made to the Israeli government to ensure compliance with international law and protection of civilians?
Yeah, we strongly condemn some of the recent Israeli military operations in Gaza, and we are strongly opposed to further settler expansion into the West Bank. We have been calling for Israel to end its blockade of aid into Gaza. There's an urgent need for more goods and aid to get in because there are extensive humanitarian needs in the area, as he well knows. We have already paused the trade discussions with Israel, and we sanctioned individuals and organisations supporting or inciting violence against Palestinian communities, but I'm sure he will appreciate that we don't comment on possible future sanctions.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Institute for Fiscal Studies is undoubtedly the country's leading
Economic Research Institute. And I'd like to pay tribute to Paul Johnson, who finishes his role after 14 years, and welcome Helen Miller. Clearly, there are challenges for all parties in terms of making tough choices about our public finances, but could we have a debate over the options facing the government? The deputy leader of the Reform Party was yesterday coming up with a number that was half what the IFS had said about the cost of a certain measure. If we are going to make the right decisions that are led by rational economic analysis rather than rhetoric, it's important that this House and the experience that lies within it informs the decisions that are made in the autumn.
Well, can I join him in thanking Paul Johnson, who I think we all recognise has done a really commendable job as the director of the IFS over many, many years, and look forward to hearing more from Helen Miller, the incoming director. But he's absolutely right to recognise the very challenging economic times that we find ourselves in. We inherited, I know he won't like me saying this, but we did inherit a big black hole in the public finances, reserves that had been spent even in the first half of the year, with recommendations of public sector pay sitting on the desks of ministers without a penny sort of allocated to them. And that has been a very challenging time for us. And that's why we've put a premium on financial stability, not because we want to meet the spreadsheets of the OBR, but because we know that it's those on fixed incomes, those on the lowest incomes, who pay the very, very heaviest price when the economy goes into problems. And that's something that we want to address. But this House debates these issues regularly. I'm sure we will continue to debate these issues. And of course, budgets are made to this House first.
Mary Glindon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Following yesterday's Act Now Change Forever mass lobby of Parliament organised by the Climate Coalition, will the Leader of the House make time to debate the serious nature of developing countries' debt, preventing these nations from adequately spending to mitigate a climate crisis they have done the least to cause, and the unique position our government is in to legislate and bring private creditors to the negotiating table?
Well, can I thank her for raising the issues from the Act Now campaign. She will know that tackling the climate crisis and our mission to be a clean energy superpower by 2030 is at the heart of what this government is about. The Secretary of State for Climate Change will be coming to the House soon to make a further statement about these issues, and I'm sure she can raise those then.
Vera Hobhouse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Research from the University of Bath has uncovered serious violations of the Pharmaceutical Code of Practice by Novo Nordisk, one of the companies behind new weight loss drugs. The company covertly paid millions of pounds to healthcare groups and charities to promote their drugs. In light of the government's active support for weight loss treatments, can we have a debate in government time, or at least a statement on the transparency and regulations of the companies behind weight loss drugs?
Well, she raises a really important issue. We absolutely recognise that medicines and the availability of medicines needs to be carefully monitored and regulated, and there are various processes in place to ensure that we do that. But I will ensure she gets a reply about the particular case she raises from health ministers.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A former police officer from my constituency in Paisley and Renfrewshire South, after many years of dedicated service, is now being failed by the Scottish Public Pensions Agency's mishandling of the police pension scheme and outrageous delays to the issuing of remedial service statements. Months of delays in receiving her remedial service statement has left her unable to plan for her future. Instead of enjoying a well-earned retirement, she's now being forced to continue working due to the failure of the SNP government in Holyrood. This is not just usual in SNP incompetence, it's a betrayal of those who have served our communities. So does the Leader of the House agree that this situation is not only deeply shameful, but the only way to restore dignity to our public servants and honour the promise of a secure retirement for workers across Scotland is to elect a Scottish Labour government next year?
Well, I absolutely agree with the sentiment of her question, and it's a shocking case to hear about. And the The SNP's record in government is one of waste, short-termism and a lack of transparency, failing people of Scotland and her constituents like the one that she describes. Our police officers do a phenomenal work every day, and they deserve respect and dignity in retirement.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At a recent constituency surgery, a constituent came to me. She is in receipt of the surviving police officer's pension, and she drew my attention to the anomaly that if she were to remarry or cohabit, she would lose her pension. There has been an ongoing campaign about this for a number of years. I'm looking to apply for a backbench debate on this, but perhaps the Leader of the House could ask a minister to make a statement and forestall that debate.
Well, there's quite a lot I know about the dispatch box, but this is not one of them, if you'll forgive me, Madam Deputy Speaker. But I think the point he raises about surviving police officers' pensions and entitlement to that should someone remarry is a really important, I'm sure it would make a very popular debate as well if he was to apply for an adjournment debate. But in the meantime, I will ensure he gets a ministerial reply about the question.
Liz Twist. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, the North East is known for its passion for football, and last week I went to a walking football session at Blaydon Community and Youth Centre, hosted by the Newcastle United Foundation and supported by the Premier League. There was plenty of Toon Army pride on show, though not a lot of walking. But beyond the football, it was a chance for folk to talk, connect, forge friendships and improve well-being. So can we have a debate in government time about the importance of football in supporting community well-being?
I think I might be right in saying it's the Honourable Lady's birthday today, is it? So can I wish her a very happy birthday? And she's taken the occasion of her birthday to remind the whole House of the important role that football, grassroots football and grassroots sports can play in the well-being of all of our communities, and I support the efforts of Blaydon Community Centre and all of those involved in the walking football session, and hope they do many more in the future.
Claire Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Monday, I spoke to a constituent who works for the Jessie May charity, who provide hospice at home care for children and young people in my constituency and beyond. They're currently fundraising to meet £300,000 worth of running costs, costs that cannot in any way be helped by the capital funding announced by the government for hospices. They're to be commended on having managed to raise over £183,000 so far, but this clearly isn't a sustainable way of providing such vital health care. So will the Leader of the House get the relevant minister to bring forward a statement on how hospice care can be funded sustainably?
Well, can I join her in paying tribute to all those involved in the Jessie May charity and the work that they do? I think we all know as constituency MPs of the immense work that those who work in hospices do for all of us and for society as a whole, but also the individuals caring for them at the end of life. And she raises an important issue in that hospices have relied for too long on a great deal of their funding coming from fundraising and the charity sector. You know, this government is here to support hospices. The Secretary of State will be here shortly to make a different statement, but I will ensure that he's heard her question today and that he is forthcoming with an answer.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Tuesday, Ukraine suffered its heaviest aerial attack as over 700 drones and 13 missiles struck cities around the country. And today, the BBC reported Russia conducted another massive overnight attack on Kyiv. This month, I'll be driving an ambulance with medical supplies to Ukraine with a local business who've been delivering supplies since the beginning of the war. Can the Leader of the House commend the actions of British organisations up and down the country who've stood in solidarity with our Ukrainian allies? And does she agree with me that we must never back down in the face of Russian aggression?
Well, I will absolutely join her in commending the actions of British organisations up and down the country for all of their support in supporting Ukraine and Ukrainians, whether they're here or in Ukraine still. The UK will stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine today, tomorrow and for 100 years from now, and that's why we signed our historic 100-year partnership agreement with President Zelensky recently, and I hope that the whole House will support that.
Clive James.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Liberal Democrats welcome the Government's 10-year plan for health. I'm sure everyone across the House would agree that supporting access to innovative treatments for patients is a crucial part of it. But industry figures tell me that the current approach is a barrier when it comes to medicines useful in the treatment of more than one condition. Will the Leader of the House allow a debate in government time on access to innovative treatments as part of a 10-year plan and the National Cancer Plan?
Well, he's absolutely right that access to innovative medicines, access to innovative treatments still takes far too long. That's why these issues were a core part of our NHS 10-year plan and indeed our cancer plan. And in that, we want them to get some of the medicines faster and for these trials to be made easier. But I will ensure that he gets a response about that.
Josh Newbury.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Next week marks Bees Needs Week, a chance to highlight the vital role pollinators play in our environment and encourage everybody to get involved to help these essential species.
Yeah.
Will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating the Cannock Wood and Gentle Shore Gardening Club, who recently held a successful Open Gardens Day, which I went along to? Not only did they bring our community together in the most beautiful way and inspired plenty of garden envy, but they also raised funds for the Bee Conservation Trust, a fantastic example of local people making a national difference.
Well, I will certainly join him in congratulating Cannock Wood and Gentle Shore Gardening Club on their commitment to bringing the community together and raising funds for the Bee Conservation Trust. I'm sure there will be a real buzz about the place for that event.
Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Later today, a bust of the late and Right Honourable David Trimble will be unveiled in the other place. David was former MP for Upper Bann, peer and leader of the Ulster Unionist Party, and he led us through the negotiations of the Belfast Agreement, where he rightly received the Nobel Peace Prize along with John Hume. Senator George Mitchell, who chaired those negotiations, said of David that David Trimble took enormous personal and political risks for peace. He demonstrated courage, determination and leadership at a time when compromise was dangerous and difficult, and without his resolve, the Good Friday Agreement would not have been possible. Will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating and thanking those behind today's events, but also in remembering and acknowledging David's personal and political contribution to Northern Ireland and his leadership?
Well, absolutely join him in paying our respects and thanks to Lord Trimble for his courage, determination and leadership, as he said. I think we all remember the incredible role that he played in bringing about the Good Friday Agreement. And as he says, Madam Deputy Speaker, as he says, he put his own political career at risk in taking such a leadership role. But that's why he and John Hume were jointly awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, which I think was a really fitting tribute to his, and I will join him in thanking all those for the event today as well.
Conor Rand.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the week that the Football Governance Bill continued its progress through Parliament, can I draw the House's attention to the 3 Up campaign, the campaign to secure an extra promotion place from the National League to League 2, which I'm supporting alongside my brilliant local football club, Altrincham FC. Could we have a debate on 3 Up and on how this could build on the Football Governance Bill in ensuring that opportunity and money flow fairly through English football?
Leader.
Well, I know what a great football club Altrincham FC is and how much he supports them as the local MP. He's absolutely right that the Football Regulator Bill is an important step in making sure that fans and communities like those who support Altrincham FC are right back at the heart of our football system, and I'm sure that the 3 Up campaign will get a real lot of support if he wanted to have a debate on it.
Tom Gordon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, last week I asked the Leader of the House if she'd join me in wishing good luck to Freedom Performing Arts, who were performing at the World Championships in Spain. She'll be pleased to hear, I'm sure, that the 6 to 9-year-olds secured a bronze medal. Amy and the team are really chuffed. But last week I went on a visit to Golf in Society, where a group of volunteers and paid staff take out people who live with Parkinson's, dementia and other age-related conditions, make sure they get out and about, keep fit and active. I wondered if she might ask if we could make time in government time for a debate on how such initiatives help older people with ageing and associated diseases.
Well, I'm really pleased to hear that Freedom Performing Arts got a bronze medal. That's fantastic. And join him in thanking all of those who do work with people with dementia and those who are ageing, to keep them independent, keep them active and get them involved in initiatives like the one that he visited this week. The Health Secretary is now in his place, but the NHS 10-year plan and all the work that we are doing in NHS, in health in this country, is about bringing these services back into the community, prevention and exactly the sorts of initiatives that he describes.
Yeah. Emma Foodie.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The first Shire Moor Children's Treat took place in 1907, and last weekend, 118 years later, I was delighted to attend this year's treat, with local schools like Shire Moor, Holystone and Batworth Park taking part, North Tyneside Disability Forum, West Allotment Celtic, all joining in to make the day a huge success. And a huge thank you to Cheryl and all the organising committee for the biggest and best treat yet. Can we find time to recognise these events at the heart of our communities and protect these legacies for future generations?
Yeah. Well, the Shire Moor Children's Treat sounds like a fantastic occasion. Anything with treat and children, I'm sure, attracts a great deal of interest as well. But she's absolutely right to say that the volunteers and the community leaders who organise these things do a great service to all our communities, and I commend her for raising it.
Gideon Amos.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I declare my interest as a registered provider of social housing and, before the election, support from a construction firm in my constituency. Yesterday, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Competition and Markets Authority found in its notice to accept commitments from the Big 7 house builders, and I quote, "suspected conduct may have had the object or effect of preventing, restricting or distorting competition." And it stated, and I quote, "it may be presumed that parties took the competitively sensitive information into account, and the CMA is now considering accepting a payment of £100 million to halt that investigation," Madam Deputy Speaker. Given the scale and seriousness of the suspected conduct, shouldn't Parliament decide whether thousands of people are paid over the odds for their home, whether it is right that the government and the CMA should accept £100 million, and whether the proposed commitments will go far enough to create the competitive industry we need to see?
Yeah. Well, look, it's right that the CMA look at these issues and make sure that we have got true competition. This government is absolutely committed into more house building in this country, but more affordable, truly affordable and social homes as well. So these are matters for the CMA and the government, and I will ensure he gets a full response.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Tea, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the most popular beverage in the world next to water, providing work for about 13 million people worldwide. But half of young Kenyan tea pickers surveyed by Fairtrade said that the impact of climate change on tea production was the biggest challenge, and only 1 in 5 of tea farmers and workers surveyed earn enough money to support their families. So will the Leader of the House please agree to a debate in government time about introducing a UK law on human rights and environmental due diligence, centring on the needs of overseas farmers and workers so that they can have a living wage too, as well as addressing the unsustainable purchasing practices and business models which undermine progress?
Well, he's right to raise these issues, and we all enjoy a cup of tea. Yorkshire tea is my preferred option, Madam Deputy Speaker. But he's right to remind us that as we drink our many cups of tea a day, that we really need to think about where that tea is coming from and make sure that we do have fair trade, and that those who are picking the tea and those who are working in the tea sector are treated fairly, are treated with fair pay, and that's why this government is taking steps to ensure that.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Leader of the House, I wish to raise the disturbing reports of abuse suffered by Alawite women abducted by jihadist groups in Syria, including, unfortunately, prolonged sexual violence in underground prisons run by groups like Jaish al-Islam. Will the Leader of the House ask the Minister to update this House on the FCDO's assessment? What steps the UK is taking with partners to investigate these crimes, horrible crimes, support the survivors, and to ensure their voices are included in future justice efforts? Thank you so much.
Well, can I thank him for raising another very serious and difficult issue in the House today. The Foreign Secretary, in his conversations with the Syrian government and others, continue to press them to take concrete action following the horrific violence that is continuing, as he says, to be committed against the Alawite community, and I will ensure that he and the House are kept updated.
Martin Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Will the Leader of the House make time for a debate on the accessibility of banking services for disabled people and those with additional support needs? This follows concerns raised with me by the Banking Campaign Steering Group, part of the advisory group in Glasgow, based in my constituency, who report widespread discrimination, branch closures, exclusion from cashless-only businesses, prompting their campaign for more inclusive banking.
Well, absolutely. We need to see more banking services. That's why we've got the programme of banking hubs, but we need to make sure that banking services, access to cash and all of the services that come with that are absolutely inclusive, and that we have those things in mind, because it's people that often are excluded from these services who need them most. So he's absolutely right to raise them.
Jake Richards.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I recently met with volunteers at Kiverton Park Football Club who do an incredible job organising countless teams for boys, girls, men and women in our area. They also have a disabled team for boys and girls, one of only a few in the wider South Yorkshire area, and I'm really pleased that the Sports Minister is going to come and visit the team and watch them play a game over the August recess. Could the Leader of the House organise a debate about the importance of local sports teams, and in particular, sports provision for disabled people?
Well, I'm really pleased to hear he secured a visit from the Sports Minister to his local football club. And if he's not already secured it, he just has now anyway. And he's absolutely right to raise the importance that disability sports provide in a really important provision in keeping those with disabilities active and independent and giving them purpose and self-worth. And so I applaud the work of his local club.
Amanda Hack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A few weeks ago, I was invited to bowl at Ibstock Bowls Club at a joint fundraising event with Ashby Sands football team, the team that welcomes men bereaved by pregnancy and child loss from across my constituency to play football and chat if they need to. Would the Leader of the House join me in congratulating these two local clubs on coming together to raise money for SANS, the national baby loss charity, and consider a debate in government time to discuss the impact and support for families that experience baby loss?
Well, I will join her in congratulating her clubs in her constituency on bringing people together to raise money and raise awareness around baby loss. And once again, she highlights the really valuable role that local football clubs, local sporting clubs can make in bringing people together, dealing with mental health issues, dealing with other health needs. And it's a really wonderful service they provide.
Douglas McAllister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I recently met with a group of Ukrainian families who have settled in my Western Bartonshire constituency, and it was a privilege to hear at first hand their individual stories. After 3 years, Putin's war still rages on. The UK government operates the Ukraine Permission Extension Scheme, allowing for 18 months extension to remain in the UK. I also understand, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we must respect Ukraine's desire to see all its citizens return to Ukraine, when peace is secured. However, many of my Ukrainian constituents have secured homes, good employment or in full-time education, and they enrich our communities and see their future in Western Bartonshire. Can I ask the Leader of the House to arrange for a debate in government time to review how we can provide stability to those seeking to complete higher education or career advancement and end the uncertainty of short-term visas and start to plan the pathway towards indefinite leave for Ukrainians who have made this country their home?
Well, he raises a really important issue, and I think every one of us is really proud of the way in which this country has welcomed so many Ukrainians over recent years and given them home and refuge and supported them in their time of need. He's absolutely right to highlight that we do have to balance the wishes of the Ukrainian government as well, who want to see many of their citizens return to the UK, to Ukraine, and that's why our approach needs to respect the wishes of the Ukrainian government. But I think he raises a really important issue about long-term security and access to higher education and housing and other issues, and I will ensure he gets a full response.
Chris MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The maritime sector offers very rewarding careers, particularly if, like me, you get quite excited by large-scale engineering projects. And I think someone in the Department for Transport shares my enthusiasm because they've awarded funding to set up the Tees Maritime Cluster, which is training young people in our area. Will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating some local businesses, A.V. Dawson, Womble, Bond Dickens and PD Ports and Steel Benders, who worked hard to establish this cluster? And given the obvious interest of the Department for Transport, perhaps we can have a debate in government time on the opportunities for young people in the maritime sector.
Well, I'm really pleased to hear about the development of the Tees Maritime Cluster and all the opportunities this is going to bring for young people and job opportunities, and to really show the strength of his constituents in contributing to the maritime industry. And I think it would make a very good topic for a debate.
Josh Fenton-Glynn.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this week Yorkshire Water announced a hosepipe ban. This follows a 29% hike in bills and continued pollution in our rivers. Can I ask my right honourable friend how I can use Parliament to hold this company to account on behalf of my Calder Valley constituents?
Well, I'm sure, like many members across this House, the frustrations that people share with water companies operating in their constituencies, and frankly that's gone on for too long. Some bad behaviour by these water companies and not enough accountability and action on the issues that matter to all of us. That's why we brought in the Water Special Measures Act. It's why we've got the Commission on the Future of Water Governance underway, and there will be further legislation coming forward in due course on this matter.
Can I thank the Leader of the House for her responses this morning? And that brings us to the next piece of business. Statement on resident doctors' industrial action. Secretary of State for Health.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With permission, I'll make a statement on planned industrial action by resident doctors. Today's waiting list figures show that after 14 years of decline, the NHS is finally moving in the right direction. Since July, we've cut waiting lists by 260,000. We promised to deliver an extra 2 million appointments in our first year. We have more than doubled it, delivering 4.6 million more appointments in our first year. For the first time in 17 years, waiting lists fell in the month of May, now standing at their lowest level in more than 2 years. This is what can happen when NHS staff and a Labour government work together. We've put the NHS on the road to recovery, but we all know that the NHS is still hanging by a thread and that the BMA is threatening to pull it. On Tuesday this week, I met the co-chairs of the BMA's Resident Doctors Committee to discuss the results of their ballot for industrial action. In that meeting, and in a letter I sent yesterday, I offered to meet with the BMA's full Resident Doctors Committee and to work with them to improve their members' working lives. I have offered repeatedly to meet the entire committee since the start of this year, but they still have not taken up my offer. Instead of agreeing to talk, the BMA responded by announcing 5 days of strike action. Their planned strike action will run from 7 a.m. on Friday the 25th of July to 7 a.m. on Wednesday the 30th of July. These strikes are unnecessary, given this government's willingness and eagerness to work together to improve resident doctors' working conditions. And following a 28.9% pay rise, thanks to the actions of this government, the BMA's threatened industrial action is entirely unreasonable. I am asking them again today to pause, call off the strikes, and instead work with the government to rebuild their members' working conditions and rebuild our NHS. Before this government came to office, a toxic combination of Conservative mismanagement and strikes were crippling the NHS. The cost to the NHS ran to £1.7 billion in just 1 year. Patients saw 1.5 million operations and appointments cancelled. People's lives were ruined. Phoebe suffers from a genetic condition, neurofibromatosis, which causes non-cancerous tumours on the outside of her body. Her first operation at Great Ormond Street was cancelled twice, first due to strikes, and then because there wasn't capacity to treat her. Phoebe loves going to school, and it is an absolute tragedy that her education was set back and Phoebe was prevented from doing what she loves because the NHS wasn't there for her when she needed it. But this year, when Phoebe's family contacted Great Ormond Street in March, her surgery was scheduled less than 2 weeks later. Compared to what she went through 2 years ago, the difference was night and day. That is the difference a Labour government makes. That is why this government was absolutely right to end the strikes when we came to office. And I'm so proud of what we have achieved together with NHS staff. In the words of one NHS leader I spoke to recently, there is light at the end of the tunnel, and for the first time, it's not an oncoming train. That's only been possible because of the deal this government negotiated. When we agreed that deal to end the strikes last year, it didn't just mean that resident doctors received a 22% pay rise. The government also gave a genuine commitment to build a new partnership with those we now call resident doctors based on mutual respect. I have personally ensured that commitment was followed through. A new exception reporting process has been agreed with resident doctors in principle so that doctors are paid for the work they are asked to do. A review of rotational training is underway, almost complete, to reduce disruption to resident doctors' lives. We promised to tackle GP unemployment and delivered with an extra 1,900 GPs on the front line who were otherwise facing unemployment. And I am determined to go further to tackle doctor unemployment. So when I say to resident doctors that I want to tackle the bottlenecks they face, the unfair competition for specialty training places, and create more training places, they can judge me not just by my words, but by my actions. And when the pay review body recommended a 5.4% average pay rise for resident doctors this year, we accepted it and funded it in full. These are not grounds for industrial action. Indeed, in the history of British trade unions, it is completely unprecedented for a pay rise of 28.9% to be met with strikes. The BMA themselves described this pay rise as, and I quote, generous. Thanks to this government, the average annual earnings per first-year resident doctor last year was £43,275. That is significantly more in a resident doctor's first year than the average full-time worker in this country earns. and it is set to increase further with this year's pay award. For resident doctors in their second year out of medical school, their average annual earnings rose to £52,300 last year. In core training years, resident doctors earned an average of £67,000. Specialty registrars earned on average almost £75,000. Now, there is no question that these are highly trained, highly skilled medics who work hard for their money. But to threaten strikes in these circumstances is unreasonable and unnecessary. So it is no wonder that the BMA has lost the public support. At the beginning of this dispute, resident doctors faced a Conservative government cutting their pay and refusing to talk to them. A clear majority supported action as a result. In February 2023, 56% of the public backed junior doctor strikes. Today, that support has collapsed. Just 1 in 5 people believe the BMA are doing the right thing. Patients are begging resident doctors not to walk out on them, and I hope the BMA are listening, because many resident doctors are. For the first time since their campaign began, a majority of BMA resident doctors did not vote for strike action. They can see that the government has changed, our approach has changed, yet the BMA's tactics have not. Resident doctors have received the highest pay award in the public sector, both this year and last year. So renegotiating this year's pay award would be deeply unfair to all other public servants. Yeah. Such a deal would be paid for by their future earnings. And with the greatest respect to resident doctors, there are people working in our public services who are feeling the pinch more than they are. And even if it wouldn't be unfair on public sector workers, it is unaffordable. It should be apparent to anyone that the public finances this government inherited are not awash with cash. So I will not and cannot negotiate on this year's pay award. And I am not going to lead resident doctors up the garden path by making promises unless I know I can keep them. But as I've said, in person, in writing, in private and in public, I am willing and ready to get around the table and work together to improve the working conditions of resident doctors. There is so much more we can do together. I don't just hear the complaints resident doctors have about their placements, rotations and bottlenecks. I agree with them. I know the NHS has been a bad employer, and I'm determined to change it. My offer to talk comes with no preconditions attached. And I will also say this to resident doctors directly. Consider very carefully the consequences of your actions.
Can I suggest to the Secretary of State that his statement has already been 10 minutes, he hasn't asked for additional time, and whether he wishes to consider whether his statement is to the House or to those outside the House. He might like to make a few closing remarks.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will move to closing. I did share the statement in advance too, including with opposition parties in the Speaker's office. So I would just say to resident doctors, and it's important the House knows what we're saying to resident doctors, they should consider very carefully the consequences of their actions. 5 days of strike action means patients and their families receiving the phone call they are currently dreading of being told that the operation or appointment they've been waiting for, often for far too long, is being cancelled and delayed. I know how I'd feel if this happened to a member of my family currently waiting, and I ask them to consider how they would feel if it happened to a member of theirs. And I also say that while they are out on the picket line protesting the 28.9% increase they've had, their friends and colleagues, other NHS staff, many of whom are paid less and many of whom receive less than they do, will be inside, picking up the pieces and working in harder conditions to cover for the consequences of resident doctors' actions. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, not only are these strikes unnecessary and unreasonable, they are also unfair. Unfair on patients, unfair on other NHS staff, unfair to the future of the NHS, which is in jeopardy. And of course, the tragedy is they'll never have had a Secretary of State as sympathetic to their legitimate complaints as this one. And if they want to know what the alternative is, it's not sat there, it's not even bothered to show up today, it doesn't believe in the NHS. The grass is not greener on the other side. I ask them not to squander this opportunity, because at this stage, we can still come out of this dispute with a win for the BMA's members, a win for the NHS, and a win for patients. But if the BMA continues down the path of strike action, the BMA will lose its campaign, resident doctors will be worse off, and the heaviest price of all will be paid for by patients. I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State Ed Arger.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for his typical courtesy and advance sight of his statement, and also would note that this Secretary of State is among the most assiduous of ministers in volunteering himself to this House to be questioned on issues of importance. I am, however, afraid it comes as no surprise that we're here today discussing likely industrial action on this government's watch. Last year, we warned the government that caving into union demands for above-inflation pay rises without any conditions or strings attached would set a dangerous precedent. It would send a message that the government were weak, and we warned that the unions would simply come back for more. And unfortunately, events in recent days have shown we were right. Now, the public will be understandably concerned about what this industrial action will mean for them and the provision of local NHS services. For patients with an appointment scheduled or even on a waiting list, this concern will be particularly acute. Let me be clear. This BMA strike action, as the Secretary of State has said, supported by less than 50% of those eligible to vote, is irresponsible, it is wrong, and it is unnecessary. And on that, I agree with the Secretary of State. Can the Secretary of State enlarge on what additional steps he is taking to seek to resolve the industrial dispute and prevent the strike action from going ahead? I heard what he said about his willingness to talk. Does he anticipate further meetings before strikes start on the 25th of July? And does he anticipate the risk of any other parts of the NHS workforce balloting for strike action? If this strike action does take place, what steps are being put in place to minimise disruption? What is the plan to protect patients who will need to access NHS services over this period? And can he guarantee that emergency cover will remain and there will be minimum service levels in place? Looking more broadly, how many appointments based on the previous strikes does the government anticipate are at risk of being cancelled or postponed? And has he made an assessment of what impact this decision by the BMA will have on his target to reduce waiting lists and meet his 18-week target? Now, the previous CFO of NHS England said that nearly all of the money allocated at the autumn budget last year for the NHS would be eaten up by NHS pay settlements, the national insurance hike and increased inflationary costs just to maintain services at their existing level. Following the recent spending review and the additional funding the Chancellor announced, how much of that additional funding does he anticipate will be spent on staffing costs, including the already agreed pay award and the national insurance increase, and how much of it will actually make it to the front line in the form of additional care or to fund reforms that he set out recently? And what does he anticipate will be the long-lasting impact of this on relations between the government and the trade unions in the health space? The 10-year plan was published just last week. As I said at the time, it is sensible, and I'm supportive of what he set out in that. But there have been concerns raised about its deliverability. Now, the Secretary of State has said previously he will need to work with the unions to deliver on this plan. Is he still confident that that is going to be possible? Will they, does he believe, agree to the changes that are required, or will that risk further strike action over the coming years because they have sensed a weakness? Now, in opposition, the Secretary of State had some very strong and well-articulated views on industrial action. He said strike action was playing politics with our NHS. On that, I agree with him. He said the government ought to be pulling out all the stops and that the power to stop these strikes is in the government's hands. He is the Secretary of State now. Does he agree the power to stop these strikes is in his hands? Madam Deputy Speaker, our message to the government is clear. The Secretary of State needs to do what he has said he will do, which is to face down union pressure and deliver an affordable settlement that is fair to staff, patients and, crucially, to taxpayers. On his watch, resident doctors are set to leave the front line to go onto the picket line. Whether that happens will be down to him. Labour's weakness is sadly fueling this crisis. If they don't get a grip now, a summer of discontent and strikes risks turning into a summer of chaos, and it will be patients that pay the price.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I think the Shadow Secretary of State's memory is letting him down. So let me just remind him. Before the general election, after months of refusing to meet the BMA, the Conservatives finally got them in for negotiations, but not before strikes were left to run and run at a cost of £1.7 billion to the taxpayer and a cost of £1.5 million cancelled operations, appointments and procedures. They also offered the BMA resident doctor, or junior doctors they were then, a pay rise, which was only about 4% the pay rise we eventually agreed. So imagine what would have happened if they had pulled their finger out and got them around the table sooner and hadn't been quite so intransigent. Now, he is right to say that I criticised my predecessors for their unwillingness to negotiate. And the difference between what I said then is what I've done now. They have had a 28.9% pay increase thanks to the decisions that I have taken as Secretary of State with the support of the entire government. They have a Secretary of State that doesn't slam the door in their face but is open to working with them to improve conditions for resident doctors. And that is why the responsibility for these strikes lies squarely with the BMA and the Resident Doctors Committee, who, despite for the first time in their campaign having failed to get a majority of their own members to vote for strike action, are still proposing to lead their members out on a 5-day strike, even making the announcement on a day where I had already written to them to suggest that we meet to avert unnecessary strike action. Now, the Shadow Secretary of State is right to talk about the jeopardy facing the future. Because we produced our 10-year plan in partnership with patients, the public and NHS staff, there is much in there that not only should resident doctors welcome, there is so much in there that resident doctors suggested. Our 10-year workforce plan will set out training, education and retention of the workforce, and we'll work closely with them on staff standards. They should start to experience an improvement in their working conditions on everything from nutritious food and drink available, reducing violence against staff, tackling discrimination. We have already committed to prioritise UK graduates for training. We've started a conversation on contractual reform with trade unions across the board. We are determined to recruit more locally and to act to tackle social disadvantage in access to medicine, and all of the issues that are at the forefront of the minds of resident doctors on placements, rotations and future career progression, including specialty bottlenecks. I absolutely want to work with them. So these are not conditions for strikes. These are conditions to work in partnership with the government, just as other NHS unions and so many other trade unions across the public sector are. And I just say to resident doctors once more, sat in front of me is the ghost of Christmas past. Not in their place today in the Reform Party is the ghost of Christmas future. Perhaps the BMA might consider they're lucky to have the ghost of Christmas present in front of them.
Alex McIntyre.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm glad the Secretary of State has reminded the party opposite about their rather short-term memories, because when I took my place in this House just last year, there were thousands of my residents in Gloucester who were sat on NHS waiting lists, many of whom for longer than 18 months. And since this Labour government took to power last year, that number has come down by 92%. In part, thanks to the hard work of resident doctors in my constituency. But does the Secretary of State agree with me that strike action by the BMA will put that recovery at risk, and will he invite them to meet with my residents who are still waiting on the waiting list left behind by the party opposite to explain to them why the 28.9% pay rise that many of my constituents won't receive this year is not enough?
I completely agree with my honourable member, my honourable friend, and I just urge the BMA to consider not just the significance of the achievements they've already made and the progress they've already made working with a Labour government, but the wider context that we're operating in. Because it's not just resident doctors who've seen their pay eroded over more than a decade of Conservative government, it's the entire public sector. It's not just resident doctors that are working in crumbling buildings with out-of-date equipment and technology. It's our schools, it's our hospitals, of course, it's our prisons, it's the entire public sector estate. You look across our economy, there are enormous challenges this government is facing. And so we can't sort out every issue that we inherited overnight or even in 1 year. It is going to take time. And that is why I think they should be proud of the progress we've made together, reassured by the progress we want to make with them further still. But there's got to be some give and take here, and there's got to be some reasonableness. And when you consider the consequences that their action could have on patients, on their fellow staff, and on the future of the NHS, this is unreasonable, it is unnecessary, and it is deeply unfair.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. People across the country, and NHS patients in particular, will be disappointed to hear of yet more strike action by resident doctors this July, especially after the immense disruption of recent years. I and my Liberal Democrat colleagues fully recognise that this dispute doesn't come out of nowhere. The previous Conservative government left our NHS under unbearable strain, with doctors working under intense pressure in crumbling hospitals and often without the resources they needed. People in my constituency of Mid Sussex and across the country need and deserve a well-functioning NHS. Over the last 3 years, doctors have received a 28.9% pay rise following earlier strikes. Now the BMA is calling for a further 29% increase. But we have to be honest. After years of economic mismanagement by the Conservatives, the public finances are in a dire state. That kind of increase doesn't feel affordable or realistic right now. That said, we cannot ignore the reality of working conditions in our NHS. Doctors are expected to save lives in collapsing wards and deliver care in corridors rather than in safe clinical settings. It's degrading and dangerous for both staff and patients. We need constructive dialogue, not escalation, to resolve this dispute swiftly and fairly. And most importantly, we need urgent action to rebuild our NHS and restore working conditions that our doctors and patients can be proud of. So I ask the Minister first, will he improve staff morale by committing to end the dangerous and dehumanising practice of corridor care? And second, does the Secretary of State not see that by dragging out social care reform, delayed discharge and corridor care are only going to worsen doctors' experiences of working in the NHS, weakening morale and lowering care standards?
I'm grateful to the Liberal Democrat spokesperson. I think I can reassure on a number of fronts. Firstly, she's absolutely right to call out the disgrace that is corridor care. Despite the best efforts of staff who suffer the moral injury of treating patients in that condition, in too many parts of the NHS, we have patients being treated on trolleys in corridors, and in this decade of the 21st century, I think that is unacceptable, as is the nomenclature that emerges that starts to describe these things as temporary escalation spaces, which I think is in danger of normalising what should be considered unacceptable practice. And that's why this government will shortly begin publishing transparently corridor care data showing the number of patients being treated on trolleys in corridors. I'm sure there might be moments where this might cause ministers and NHS leaders to blush, but frankly, until corridor care is consigned to history, so we should. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. We will, by publishing the data, hold ourselves to account, and I'm sure this House will hold us to account to make sure that we deliver the conditions that staff and patients deserve to be treated in. I can also reassure the honourable member that while the Casey Commission is underway, work goes on social care, whether it's the £4 billion increase in investment in social care through the decisions taken by my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, other improvements in terms of carers allowance, the disabled facilities grant, and uplifts in funding for local authorities. But I'm also committed to making sure that as we improve the flow of patients through our hospitals and deal with the scourge of delayed discharges, that we are a lot better at thinking about how we use the taxpayer pound to best effect to deliver the right care in the right place at the right time. And that will often mean using NHS resources to commission social care to help tackle delayed discharges, and we'll be keeping a close eye on that. Finally, can I just thank her for joining the voices of reason in this chamber. I hope it is not lost on the BMA and resident doctors watching that this is not the case of intransigent, unwilling to work and support government, trying to face down for political and ideological purposes a trade union speaking up for its members. We have a Labour government that's delivered a 28.9% pay increase and a willingness to work further to improve the conditions of resident doctors, and that work can start now, and I'm ready to meet with the BMA immediately. There are also other voices of reason in this chamber, in the Liberal Democrats, who recognise the pressure on the public finances and also recognise that we're trying to do many things across the NHS that will also directly benefit resident doctors, making sure they've got the right kit, making sure that they're working in decent buildings, making sure that we're improving the conditions that they're working in and patients are treated in, so that together we're building in, working in and being treated in and improving NHS. That is the prize. That prize is thrown into jeopardy by the resident doctors' actions, and I'm afraid if they go down this path with all of the consequences that will follow, I'm afraid for them, let alone the NHS and for the country, things will get worse rather than better, and I urge them not to take that course of action.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree that we were right to settle the strikes last year for the sake of ensuring the future of the NHS, to protect the interests of the public and to show our doctors that they are valued? And that will always be his position going forward, and therefore it is somewhat surprising that the resident doctors have decided to call this strike.
I strongly agree with my honourable friend. He's absolutely right. There is genuinely, and I'm happy to stand corrected on this, there is genuinely no historical precedent in the history of British trade unionism for a trade union to have successfully negotiated with the government of the day a 28.9% increase for their members and then to go out on strike. I think it undermines the BMA and the more reasonable voices we continue to work constructively with in the BMA. It undermines our NHS certainly, and it also I think reinforces the grossly unfair caricature often thrown at trade unions by the party opposite, that they're all unreasonable, that they don't want to work with the government of the day, that they're just interested in combat and agitation, when in my experience, the vast majority of trade unions and trade unionists are interested in constructive engagement, in striking good deals and moving not just the interests of their members, but the interests of our whole country forward. I urge the BMA Resident Doctors Committee to stand in that proud tradition of British trade unionism and in the proud traditions of the wider Labour movement. And I'm afraid I do not see those traditions or behaviours reflected in the current approach of the BMA RDC.
Sir Ed Woodley.
We can all argue about the past, but if it just helps the Secretary of State, I think we should just say today that the whole House absolutely 100% supports him in his robust attitude. Of course, we all love doctors, but the starting salary isn't so very bad. They do have a job for life, a very good job, which most people don't have. And perhaps he could also mention that they have a much better career structure than most people. A far higher proportion get the top job, namely a consultant, and the starting salary of a consultant at £110,000 a year is not a bad whack.
Well, look, firstly, can I say to the honourable member, I think his opening statement and the response across the House does underline to the BMA and the Resident Doctors Committee that they do not have support across this House, from the left across to the right, with maybe one or two noises off. That's not a typical experience in my experience of being in this House for the last decade. I think the career he describes for resident doctors and the prospects that they can look forward to have worsened. And I think that's one of the things that's been at the heart of the dispute that they have taken up with the previous government and now with this one. Because many of the things that doctors used to be able to look forward to in terms of the guaranteed jobs and progression into consultant roles or into general practice, those things have steadily eroded. We've got far too much doctor unemployment. We've got far too many specialty bottlenecks. We've got, I think, actually a really unreasonable set of behaviours towards resident doctors in terms of placements, rotations, being able to take time off work to attend things like weddings and important life moments. And that's the tragedy of the position we find ourselves in, is that I recognise that and I want to address it. And we can do that together without the need for strike action. And those are not conditions for strikes. And worse still, especially at a time when I'm prioritising dealing with doctor unemployment, they are inflicting further costs onto the NHS, onto patients, and also onto the taxpayer, which makes my freedom and flexibility and resources to deal with those issues more limited. And that is the tragedy of their tactics.
Emma Foodie.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for his statement and the ongoing work to get the NHS back on its feet after it was pushed to the brink under the previous government. Strikes inevitably have a financial and a human cost to them, and this next round of strikes will undoubtedly do so again and mean a financial hit is taken to the NHS. And I wondered if he might be able to share the impact that this will have on the system. For example, can he guarantee the cost of these strikes won't lead to job cuts?
In all honesty, I'm afraid I can't give my honourable friend that assurance. The NHS finances are precariously balanced. We have been the relative winners across the budget and the spending review set out by my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, but we are asking a lot of the system, as well as the progress and improvements that we want to see in the NHS. We've also got a lot of mess that we inherited to clean up, and that takes time and it takes resource. And every penny spent on the price of failure through strike action is a penny that could have been spent on driving improvements in the service, improvements for patients and improvements for staff, creating the jobs and the opportunities that will mean that doctors do not graduate into unemployment, jobs and opportunities that mean that resident doctors can progress into specialty training posts. And that's why I say, clearly and unequivocally to the BMA, if this strike action goes ahead with all of the costs, pain and misery that follows, it won't just be patients that suffer, or indeed this government, it will be the BMA too.
Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've known the Lord Secretary of State a long time. I knew him before he was an important man, although he was always important to me, of course. And he will know too that as a minister I work with the trade unions in every sector for which I'm responsible, as the RMT, the UCU will confirm, and I was a member, of course, of the Association of Teachers and Lecturers. So I entirely endorse and amplify what he said. Responsible trade unionism requires people to be reasonable. And reasonable people in this House know this strike against this background is entirely unacceptable in the terms he's described. So I ask him this: will he ensure this unhappy, unwholesome and unhealthy action doesn't jeopardise the health of my constituents? And will he write to the local authorities, the Integrated Care Board in my area and others, to set out how they can minimise the impact of this? Because the last thing that you want, Madam Deputy Speaker, or I want, or any member across this House, is for those at risk, who put at greater risk, result is irresponsible action by these militant people.
Can I thank the right honourable gentleman for his question? He is that rare beast of a Tory trade unionist. He raises a really serious point, which is the consequences of strike action. And to reassure the House, and I will keep the House updated, we are taking every step we can to mitigate against the disruption that these strikes will cause. That will come at a financial cost, it will come at a cost of patients in terms of disruption that follows, and it will come at a cost and pressure to other staff, many of whom are paid less than resident doctors, who will be at work in harder conditions, left picking up the pieces as a result of the actions of their colleagues who were given a higher pay rise and in many cases are paid more, who will be stood outside protesting the 28.9% pay rise that they received. So I assure the House we'll do everything we can to mitigate against the impact on patients and the disruption that will follow. What I cannot say to the House is that we can offset or cancel the impact or the detriment felt by patients. We will be looking carefully at the data and the experience and the impact of strikes that occurred during the previous round, and I'll make sure that information is published so the House can see the impact that these strikes had before, so we can brace ourselves for what may lie ahead.
Lewis Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Anyone who's ever worked in healthcare knows that it's a team sport and that delivering excellent care requires a range of staff from allied health professionals, nurses, doctors, administrative and estate staff. And so does the Secretary of State agree with me that it's therefore essential that all NHS staff groups have confidence that their pay is being fairly set, and that going beyond the independent pay review body for one set of staff in particular would undermine the one NHS team ethos that so many have worked to build?
I'm really grateful to my honourable friend, and I strongly agree with what he says. And I have been personally invested in this relationship with resident doctors and with the deal we struck, not just because it was one of the first things that we did when we came into office, and I'm very proud of what we achieved together, but because I had such, and still have, a huge amount of support and sympathy and a determination to address the issues that resident doctors are raising. But I do reassure my honourable friend and reassure the House that resident doctors are one part of the NHS workforce, a valued part of the NHS workforce, but I have responsibility for all of them. Because in terms of the task we set out for ourselves to build an NHS fit for the future, I can't do it on my own. We can't do it on our own as a government. It requires the whole team to pull together. And I'll be honest with my honourable friend, I have felt a considerable degree of discomfort when I look back at a whole number of deals and pay awards under this government and our predecessors, where the agenda for change workforce has been left further behind. And I'll be honest with the House, at this moment, I've got to resolve the immediate action of being proposed by the BMA, but I'm not going to allow the reform we've committed to agenda for change unions to be deprioritised. We owe it to them. We owe it to the nurses. We owe it to all of the agenda for change staff to make sure that they are paid fairly, that they are given a fair day's pay for a fair day's work, and they are receiving the terms and conditions that they deserve too. So my priority at this stage is the agenda for change reform, and of course I'll do everything I can to resolve the resident doctor strikes, but what I cannot do is reopen this year's pay award.
Can I just urge remaining members and indeed the Secretary of State, we have an important statement to come and two backbench debates, perhaps short questions and shorter answers. Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I agree with the Secretary of State when he says to the BMA resident doctors that they will never have a Secretary of State as sympathetic to their legitimate complaints, and I recognise that because I worked with 5 of his predecessors. But Madam Deputy Speaker, my experience often tells me what happens here in regards to the BMA filters its way through the devolved nations. So can I ask the Secretary of State what engagement he's had with his counterparts in regards to this proposed industrial action so that there can be a combined resolution and message to the BMA?
Well, can I thank the honourable member for his question and reassure him I will obviously be engaging with my counterparts in the devolved administrations. While health is a devolved matter, the decisions that we take here and what's going on in the English health system do have a bearing on other health systems and vice versa. I mean, it is almost tempting to call back the member for North East Cambridgeshire who's still a member of this House, just to remind the BMA what they were up against twice before in his case, or I can indeed call back any of my other Conservative predecessors, just to remind the BMA that the grass is not greener on the other side of this House. They've got a Secretary of State who has shown through actions, not just by words, a willingness to work together, and I hope that they rediscover the spirit of partnership we had last year.
Conor Rand.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we all know how vital resident doctors are to the functioning of our National Health Service. So especially in light of that, will the Secretary of State join me in once again urging the BMA Residents Doctors Committee to get back around the table, to engage in serious talks and to take up his offer to me in the interest of all NHS staff, patients and our ability to rebuild the National Health Service in a way the public expects?
Grateful to my honourable friend for that question, and just to reassure the House, I mean, quite aside from the fact I offered to meet the entire Resident Doctors Committee back in January, and they've never taken me up on that offer, and I'd definitely be outnumbered in that meeting. I did, in all seriousness, meet with the Resident Doctors co-chairs on Tuesday afternoon, immediately after the publication of the ballot results. I followed up in writing yesterday morning to reaffirm what I'd said in person, which is our willingness to meet immediately without preconditions to avert this strike action. That offer remains, and I'm very happy to meet with them on that basis.
Andrew Snowden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I say this in the context that my wife has a long-term chronic health condition and has had to have 2 major life-saving surgeries, countless stays in hospitals, and therefore we've seen the fantastic work many doctors and consultants do, but we've also been there when there have been cancellations, delays, no doctors available, and seen the impact that has. And therefore, many people who will have been flabbergasted by the sheer scale of the pay rise that was awarded in the first place without anything in return for delivering the reforms that the NHS, the government, wants to deliver. What they will be now is absolutely outraged by the fact that the BMA is going on strike after having a near 30% pay increase. So can I plead with the Secretary of State to hold the line in these negotiations and take away the cross-party support he has in holding the line with the BMA on this?
Can I just say to the honourable gentleman, we will not be reopening the pay award for this year because we simply can't afford to. And it wouldn't be fair on others in the NHS workforce regardless. I honestly don't regret the deal we struck last year, and without which we would not have made the progress we've made on NHS waiting lists, now at their lowest levels for 2 years, where we've made considerable progress by working together. I don't think the staff themselves are the drain on productivity. I do think the systems they're asked to work in, the pathways they're asked to work to, the conditions in the NHS, those are the obstacles, and where we are in real agreement about those things. So I urge the BMA to keep all of that in consideration before their next public intervention, which I hope will be accepting the offer to get around the table to avert strike action, which I think the whole House agrees is unnecessary, unreasonable and unfair.
Charles Athwell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank my right honourable friend in a statement delivered with humility and pragmatism in his usual professional style. After a 28.9% pay rise, thanks to this Labour government, does the Secretary of State agree that the public are not only dismayed but distraught at the actions of the BMA, and that once again it will be the patients who will suffer the most by this action, which is so unnecessary at this particular moment?
I agree with my honourable friend entirely. It will be patients that suffer the most. I also urge the BMA to consider the impact on their whole membership, because it's other staff who are left picking up the pieces, and other staff who are tired, literally tired, of working in an NHS that is far from its best. And the final thing to say is, to resident doctors in particular, the cost of this will also be borne by them. There are choices and trade-offs in politics, especially when resources are tight. We can and we will act to deal with specialty bottlenecks. We can and we will act to tackle doctor unemployment. Our ability to do that is undermined, if not diminished, if we are instead paying the costs of this unnecessary, unreasonable and unfair strike action.
Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Secretary of State very much for his statement today and for the line of action quite clearly the Secretary of State has taken out. We fully support that. Indications that the majority of doctors within the BMA did not vote to strike leaves this strike action even more difficult to understand. Secretary of State is very clearly trying to find a way forward, and solution-based is always the way I look at things, is finding solutions. So could I request to review the conditions, such as ensuring that the end of the rise of weak structures, which practically see junior doctors working 84 hours within the space of a week, would be helpful, and that perhaps this is not only about pay, but about the expectations for these young people who are still leaving and yet have life and death in their hands for 13 hours for 6 out of 7 days per week. Thank you so much.
I think the honourable gentleman makes an entirely reasonable point. Pay, of course, is important, and people have to be able to pay their bills and lead a good life, but so are the conditions that they're working in. And I'm absolutely determined to work with resident doctors to make progress, not just on pay, which we've already done, but on the conditions they're working in. And given both of those things, the improvement on pay, the willingness to work together to improve conditions, those are not grounds for strike action.
Anna Dixon.
Deputy Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my right honourable friend for showing great leadership when he came into office to get those doctors back to work and end the strikes. And the result of that has been falling waiting times and waiting lists. And I've seen the benefit of that for my constituents in Shipley, not having to wait for operations and diagnostic testing in the NHS. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that this is no time for strike action, and should the BMA and the resident doctors go ahead, this will adversely affect patients and waiting times?
I entirely agree with my honourable friend, and I was just struck, actually, looking back across all of the contributions that we've heard this morning, that quite extraordinarily, this doesn't happen very often, I think the entire House on both sides of the chamber have spoken with one voice. There has been total unanimity across this House during these exchanges that these proposed strikes are unreasonable, they are unnecessary, and they are unfair. So, for the avoidance of doubt, to the BMA and the Resident Doctors Committee, this House has spoken with one voice to say, abandon this rush to strike, get around the table, and work with us to rebuild resident doctors' working conditions and continue rebuilding our National Health Service. And I thank the House for its support.
Thank the Secretary of State for his statement today. I'll allow a couple of moments for the front benches to swap over. Electricity Market Review, Secretary of State Ed Miliband.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And with permission, I would like to make a statement about the review of electricity market arrangements. Madam Deputy Speaker, the central challenge we face is the urgent need to get off expensive, insecure fossil fuels and deliver an energy system that meets at least double the level of current electricity demand by 2050. In doing so, we need to design the electricity network to ensure infrastructure is built in the right places so we can effectively provide power where it is required. As a result of previous failure to do so, power now goes to waste, costing consumers in higher bills. That is one of the reasons why reform is needed. So the task of this review is to help deliver a fair, affordable, secure and efficient clean power system. The key question has been whether to proceed with zonal pricing or a reformed national system. Under zonal pricing, we would split the country into different zones relying on price differentials to guide investment decisions. Under a reformed national price system, we would rely on more deliberate strategic coordination in advance of investment, planning our network and areas of intended generation more closely and then delivering. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've applied 3 tests to this choice in the time since the government took office. First, what is the fairest approach for families and businesses both now and in the long term? Second, which reform can deliver energy security and will best protect consumers and ensure bill savings as soon as possible? Third, what will do most to ensure the investment, jobs and growth we need across the economy? On the basis of these tests, I've concluded that the right approach is reformed national pricing, and I want to set out to the House why. First, the fairness test. Under reformed national pricing, there would be one national wholesale price, as now. And as I have said, under zonal pricing, there will be different wholesale prices in different zones, with lower prices tending to occur in zones with more renewable energy and a smaller population, and higher prices in those with less power and more people. Now, obviously, this will be a significant departure from the current system, which, while it has some differences in network costs, means wherever you live, you pay the same wholesale price for each unit of electricity. The challenge will be obvious to the House. People and businesses could find themselves disadvantaged through no fault of their own, and many would see it as unfair. Such a so-called postcode lottery is, in my view, difficult to defend. Now, the government has considered whether it would be possible to mitigate these effects under zonal pricing, and we've concluded that while it might, it would be a very complex and uncertain process, and it would be even more challenging to do so for large businesses, given the way they purchase electricity. So firms in higher price zones, such as the Midlands, Wales and South of England, would therefore face damage to their competitiveness. That's why we've seen so many business groups express such concern about zonal pricing, and indeed today's decision has already been welcomed by UK Steel, Make UK, the British Chambers of Commerce, Ceramics UK and others. The next test I applied is which system can best help deliver energy security, protect consumers and ease the cost of living crisis as soon as possible. Long-term reform is essential to cut costs and save money for consumers compared to the status quo. But there is a key question as to what happens in the meantime. Now, the clear advice of my department is that moving towards zonal pricing would take around 7 years to complete in full, assuming no delays. Over that 7-year period, the costs of financing essential investment in our energy system would be likely to rise to accommodate investor uncertainty at a moment when we urgently need to replace retiring assets and build a clean energy system to boost our energy security. This risk premium will be paid for by consumers in higher bills in the coming years. And there is also a danger, Madam Deputy Speaker, that it would leave us stuck on fossil fuels for longer by deterring investors from bringing forward the investment that we need for energy security. By contrast, reformed national pricing could be delivered more quickly and at lower risk. Indeed, some elements of a reformed national pricing system are already underway, including building network infrastructure, and we intend to proceed with other measures, such as reform of transmission charges, as soon as possible in this Parliament. Having studied this in detail over months, I see real risks that zonal pricing would deter the investment we need and that bills would rise in the transitional period. The third test is the investment and growth we need as a country. Many businesses make decisions to invest based on the energy costs they face. And the industrial strategy took a crucial step forward in lowering the costs faced by businesses. And clean power will help get us off the fossil fuel roller coaster, which has so damaged our country's businesses. Now, we know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the biggest enemy of business investment is uncertainty. The risk of zonal pricing is it would create very significant uncertainty. Because imagine being a business seeking to invest but not knowing for a number of years what zone you would be in and what price you would pay. The risk is that this would harm investment not just in the energy sector but well beyond it. I believe this would inevitably risk reducing investment in our country precisely when we need it and risk undermining the tens of thousands of good jobs in constituencies across the country that our clean energy mission will support. So on the basis of these three tests, I believe the best choice is to proceed with reformed national pricing. The key elements will include effective planning through the upcoming Strategic Spatial Energy Plan to be published next year, national pricing reforms, such as making transmission charges more effective and predictable, and taking relevant powers through Parliament to do so, and making changes working with NESO and Ofgem to improve the operation of flexibility and balancing markets. Under reformed national pricing, we will build the transmission network we need for the benefit of all consumers, and we will be more directive and coordinated in how we plan our energy system. Each upgrade that we deliver will reduce constraint costs and ensure consumers benefit from clean power. Madam Deputy Speaker, my department will set out a reformed national pricing delivery plan later this year. Taken together, I believe these steps can help deliver a more affordable, fair, secure and efficient energy system and will address the problems that the so-called REMA process set out to solve without the unacceptable risks I've outlined. And Madam Deputy Speaker, this builds on what we've done over the last year to turbocharge our drive to homegrown clean power. Consenting 3 times more solar in 12 months than the previous 14 years, lifting the onshore wind ban, consenting enough offshore wind to power the equivalent of 2 million homes, backing the biggest expansion of new nuclear in half a century, kick-starting new industries in carbon capture and hydrogen, giving nearly 3 million extra families £150 off their energy bills next winter, and upgrading up to 5 million homes to help cut bills. Madam Deputy Speaker, every energy decision this government makes is in pursuit of protecting the British people from fossil fuel markets controlled by petrostates and dictators by delivering clean, homegrown power that we control. It's in that spirit that we have chosen reformed national pricing, doing everything we can to ensure energy security, protect consumers and get bills down, and ensure businesses can invest for the future, underpinned by a commitment to fairness across our country. And I commend this statement to the House.
Hello, Secretary of State Claire Cortina.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement. I know this has been a difficult decision for him. He told everyone his flagship mission was to commission more renewable power than ever before by 2030, more wind than ever before, faster than ever before, in a market that was already facing supply chain challenges and soaring costs. I said at the time that that was completely unfeasible, but if he was going to do it, then he should be taking every opportunity to minimise the grid infrastructure that needs to be built and the costs of his plans. But I know, on the other hand, he will have had wind developers tell him that if he takes those decisions, if he makes those choices, then they won't be bidding into his auction in the next couple of years. The auctions that he needs them to bid into so he can meet his self-imposed targets. And that's because they want to protect their returns. So when faced with a choice between protecting the profits of wind developers or cutting bills for the British people, he's chosen the wind developers. And they know that they have him over a barrel. Because in setting himself an unachievable 2030 target, which was based on ideology and ideology alone, he was telling those wind developers that he's got to buy whatever they are selling, no matter the price. Now, a little over a year ago, the Secretary of State told the country that their bills would come down by up to £300. But the statement today shows that when push comes to shove, he will choose higher bills for the British people to fund profits for renewable energy companies. And worse still, what he didn't mention is that today's announcement means higher bills to pay billions for wind farms not to produce energy, but simply to switch off for constraint payments. I have warned him repeatedly about the risks of building more wind before grid and asking him to continue my work on a full systems cost of energy, which includes the cost of backup and the cost of constraint payments. But he didn't listen. He axed that work because he didn't want to know what those costs were. Instead, last year, he signed us up to the most expensive wind prices in a decade. They were about £86 per megawatt hour. That's almost 15% higher than the average cost of electricity for the last year, which has been about £74. This year's prices will probably be the same, if not higher, and the difference is that he wants longer contracts. He wants to extend those contracts to 20 years. What he has not explained is how locking us into much higher prices for longer will bring down bills from here, but that is what he has promised the British public. And there is more. His plan requires more grid to be built faster than before. That's £74 on household bills. His plans mean constraint payments, paying wind farms to switch off, will rise to £8 billion. That's £100 on bills. And now we read that we're going to be paying solar farms to switch off when it's sunny too, and the OBR says that green levies are going to rise by £5 billion. Now, people may have noticed he used to talk a lot about cheaper energy, but now he talks about less volatile prices. But what his backbenchers need to realise is that most people wouldn't swap a 4% variable rate mortgage for an 8% fixed one. What they care about is the price of their bills, and they want cheaper prices. But if he was truly interested in bringing down bills, he wouldn't have scrapped an analysis that I started last year to find out the true cost of a system dominated by wind and solar. And I've now read twice in 1 week that Downing Street are starting to pressure the Secretary of State about when his plans might actually bring down bills. And all I can say is, I share the feeling. But what they might have wanted to ask, before they repeated all of the empty promises about cutting bills, that £300, is where was his evidence? So I ask him now, would he reinstate that cost of energy work so we can clearly see the differences between the systems? Would he set out a roadmap which will point out exactly how he will lower those bills? Will he confirm he won't sign up to prices in this year's wind auction which are higher than the current average cost of electricity? And can he confirm, did he have a full cost-benefit analysis of the choices in front of him today? And will he share the views of Ofgem and the NESO? And I'll leave him with two quotes. The chief executive of Octopus Energy, one of the country's biggest advocates for renewables, said his plans today mean soaring costs locked in for years to come, with more on the way. And the more we build, the worse it gets for years. He says it's brutal for families and it's crippling for growth. I think he just said in his statement that the biggest problem for businesses is uncertainty, but actually it's not, it's high energy costs. And another quote, which is perhaps the most revealing one of all, one of his closest advisors, his chief energy system advisor. If we procure lots and lots of renewable generation and then we don't build the grid that allows it to get to markets, we'll be wasting lots of money. I couldn't have put it better myself.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the first time I'm opposite her at the dispatch box. Can I start by personally congratulating her on her new baby boy and welcome her back to the House of Commons. Obviously, I know from my own personal experience that crying at night is challenging, but who's surprised given the state of the Conservative Party, Madam Deputy Speaker? Let me sort of respond directly to her. I think we have a number of differences. Look, the fundamental difference is this, which is she wants to gamble in the fossil fuel casino. She wants to gamble on fossil fuel prices. That's what the Conservative Party did when they were in office, and it led to the worst cost of living crisis in generations. It destroyed family. It's not true, she says, from a sedentary position. It absolutely is true, and I think she needs to get out there more, and she'll hear what people have to say to her. It ruined family finances, it ruined business finances, it ruined the public finances. And what do, Madam Deputy Speaker? Do they come along after their worst election defeat in 200 years and think, well, maybe we got it a bit wrong? Maybe we should think again? No, they come along and they double down. They double down on a failed strategy. That's the first point. The second point is this. She says that we have a problem of constraint costs, that it's really a problem that we don't have the infrastructure we need as a country. Absolutely right. Who was in charge for 14 years, Madam Deputy Speaker? And by the way, don't take my word for it. Don't take my word for it. I notice her colleague, the Shadow Energy Minister, is not in his place, but this is what he said. It's absurd, the fact that under 14 years of Conservative government, we are now in a situation where it's more difficult to build critical national infrastructure projects than it was when we came into power, and costs more. And that's what we've got. So whether it is the grid system, which was massively backed up, a planning system that was in disrepute, the network, the transmission infrastructure that wasn't built. So that's the second point. Third point. Now, she now says, well, you know, okay, well, let's forget about the past, ignore my record, airbrush out my record, but, you know, let's build the grid. Too right, we should build the grid, but she's going around opposing new clean energy infrastructure all around the country, saying, oh, it's terrible, we shouldn't be having this happening. So at the level of strategy about what is the right thing for the country, at the level of record and why we are in this position, and at the level of what she is doing now, I'm afraid she's in the wrong place. Now, what are we doing? We're actually changing all of this. And in the period that she's been away, we have seen a whole set of decisions made that they talked about but never delivered. From nuclear power, they talked a lot about Sizewell and SMRs and all that, didn't actually deliver it, but we're actually delivering it, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over 40 billion of private investment into clean power unblocked, a record-breaking renewables auction. And by the way, she says that I'm somehow on the side of the wind developers. No, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm on the side of UK Steel, Make UK, the British Chambers of Commerce, Ceramics UK, businesses across the country who've said this is the right decision for the country. She says about bills. Let me just directly address this. Right, my strategy, my belief, is that it is a clean power system that can bring down bills for good. Why? Because that is the way you lower wholesale prices. That is the way that you get off the roller coaster. Homegrown, clean power, that is the answer for Britain. And I suggest, back in her post, she does some hard thinking about the past, about strategy, and about what is right for Britain.
Chair of the Select Committee, Bill Esterson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome what the Secretary of State has announced. There won't be any surprise from the Shadow Secretary of State to hear me say that, I'm sure. But he set out 3 priorities: fairness, lower bills, including and especially in industry and in business, where energy bills, as my committee has been hearing just recently, yesterday in fact, are causing real concerns and something of a crisis in certain industries. Very, very important that. And of course attracting the investment, not least ahead of auction round 7. I was really saddened the Shadow Secretary of State was so critical of wind generation. I have her letter from the 12th of March 2024 to my predecessor setting out her terms of reference for the consultation that the Secretary of State has responded to. And she made a great emphasis about how important it was to invest in renewables. So great shame to see the change of heart there. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, under the reformed national system, I want to ask the Secretary of State this question. Does he envisage increasing the opportunity to use demand flexibility and to use it as fast as possible as a key way of bringing down those energy costs for domestic and industrial consumers?
Well, I thank my honourable friend who speaks with great expertise on these matters. I'll come to the question he asked at the end, but I do think it's important, this, because I do like to talk about cross-party issues where both parties have been enthusiastic. And if you take offshore wind, we have the second largest offshore wind generation in the world. It was started when I was Secretary of State with Gordon Brown as Prime Minister. It was continued under the last government, but what is extraordinary is that the Honourable Lady is now abandoning that and is somehow saying, oh, it's, offshore wind's the problem. It's not the problem, it's the solution. On his other point, he's right about consumer-led flexibility. And the key point about this is, of course, that it's voluntary and it is a way for consumers to save money. And I think actually we're in the Honourable Lady mentioned Octopus Energy, they're one of the pioneers of this. I think we're in the foothills of what we can achieve here, whereby consumers are empowered through things like batteries, solar panels, heat pumps, to actually control when they use energy, and smart meters, control when they use energy much more easily to their benefit and to the benefit of the system.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Pippa Halings.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd also like to thank the Secretary of State for sharing his statement and advice. And the Secretary of State is right. Making the UK a clean energy superpower is the smartest and most strategic way to free ourselves from our dependence on expensive, volatile fossil fuels. However, as we're hearing, accelerating the transition to renewables alone is not enough. And the government has got to ensure that the clean power mission ultimately brings down customer bills and creates a fairer system for households and businesses. Currently, energy bills in the UK are among the highest in Europe. Our high costs exacerbate cost of living pressures and increase fuel poverty. And they also undermine, as we've heard, our international competitiveness for industrial and commercial consumers and risk driving some businesses overseas. So the Liberal Democrats have long called for electricity prices to be decoupled from the wholesale price of gas. So families in the UK aren't left paying over the odds for clean, British-generated electricity just because of those volatile global gas prices. So we will be looking closely at the details of the government's plan after the review of the electricity market arrangements. The Secretary of State has outlined his 3 tests. To ensure British consumers are not being exposed to an unknown level of risk, I'd like to ask the Secretary of State, will they publish their cost-benefit analysis and set out what impact these changes will have on customer bills? And we'll also be looking keenly at the much-needed join-up approach between planning renewable energy infrastructure through the Strategic Spatial Energy Plan alongside the land use framework and the local area energy plans, which at the moment, worryingly, are kind of a bit out of sync. So renewable energy can be the cheapest, most secure source of power, but for many people, seeing is believing. feeling it in their pockets. And on the current system, before these changes, many are struggling to see that. So alongside the changes being announced today, I hope the Secretary of State will consider other Liberal Democrat proposals, just as they did when putting into practice our proposals for rooftop solar on all roofs. So we'd like to see free insulation and heat pumps for people on low incomes, and also the introduction of a social tariff for energy to protect the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Secretary of State.
I thank the honourable lady for her questions. And look, I would actually also say that there isn't necessarily a monopoly on good ideas. And, you know, the whole idea of new build housing, having rooftop solar installed as standard. The last Labour government tried to do it was going to do it in 2016. It got abolished by the last government. It's an absolute no-brainer. It actually unites people whether they like solar on land or not. So it's really good that we are doing that. On her other questions that she began with, decoupling, absolutely. Part of what Clean Power 2030 will do is do that decoupling, because gas will set the price much less often than it does at the moment, and we'll be moving to CFDs rather than renewables obligations, which means that the reductions in price feed through to consumers, but it's absolutely key. We're going to publish the cost-benefit analysis later on in the year, as our document published today says, and indeed she is right about the SSEP, which actually, to be fair, was started under the last government and will be published next year. That is going to be a crucial way in which we guide where the new infrastructure is built, precisely to get over this problem of the disconnect between the generation we need and the network infrastructure.
Mike Reader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. And I'll just say, in sitting on the Select Committee, I do enjoy every single week. I can give a wry smile when academia, NGOs, consumer groups, industry says they had so much delay and faffing around from the party opposite, and now we're getting on and delivering. In relation to the statement, though, zonal pricing, fantastic to see we're giving some certainty to the market, and particularly thank you to the Secretary of State for setting out that we're going to start tackling excessive transmission charges. In my constituency and in Northamptonshire, we've got Green Hill Solar, who are bringing forward a massive opportunity for clean power right on my doorstep. And does the Secretary of State agree with me that actually this type of investment and the certainty this statement brings actually will create local quality technical jobs in Northampton and reduce people's energy bills?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that question. I would just say on his first point, because it's really important about this issue of certainty, and the honourable lady raised the question. Look, there has been global inflation which has affected the offshore wind sector. Now, I think I take it from her comments that we should just say, well, let's not bother with offshore wind then, let's just stick to gas. I mean, it's just a difference of view. I think that would be such a mistake. That would leave us so exposed, and we know what happened in the past. On his point about the jobs, this is a massive opportunity. I had a chance to go and visit the site of the new Rampion 2 wind farm off the English coast recently, and you know, this is going to create thousands of jobs. There's jobs in the supply chain, and I'm very struck talking to honourable members across the House how there are lots of places that are contributing to this supply chain. And we want more of it. We want those jobs made in Britain. That's the point about GB Energy, about the National Wealth Fund, and about the Clean Industry Bonus, which will be part of Auction Round 7.
James Wilde.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Under the current system, the most expensive generator sets the clearing price for electricity, pushing up prices for consumers and for businesses. So can the Secretary of State explain how the reforms he's setting out today change that and move to a pay-as-bid system and provide more affordable energy for consumers and for businesses?
The bang-on question, and that's what that's why I hope you'll support Clean Power 2030. Because look, the key thing is that if you can get these renewables onto the system, gas will set the price much less often, and because it is a CFD, not a renewable obligation, then the reductions in price feed through to the consumer. And it is genuinely, this will have a transformative effect on the decoupling, the so-called decoupling that the Liberal Democrat spokesperson raised and that he raised.
Barry Gardner.
Can I congratulate my right honourable friend on this package of measures which will reduce energy costs? The system that was left by the Conservatives needed three things: to tackle transmission charges, to tackle constraint payments, and to tackle marginal cost pricing, by which the price of gas drives the cost of the whole system. So I welcome the Strategic Spatial Energy Plan that will see assets built closer to their users and which will lower the transmission charges that comprise more than 20% of the cost of power. I welcome the new transmission lines and storage facilities which will reduce constraint payments. These are game changers. But 40% of the cost of power still comes from the marginal cost of gas. So can he elaborate on what he was saying to the Right Honourable Gentleman earlier? Can he tell us if there are any plans to decouple the wholesale price of gas from the system? That is the real game changer.
Well, I'll come to his earlier points in a minute, but the last point is absolutely crucial, and I think the last government looked at this and found it difficult to find a mechanism to actually do it within the system. And the key thing that Clean Power will do is, because gas will set the price much less of the time, and because we are seeing the ROs phase out and the CFDs come in, it has a dramatic, something like more than half of the generation is covered by the gas price at the moment, and it will fall to a much lower figure than that, and I can give the honourable gentleman the figures. Just on his first point about constraint payments, I think this is a point worth dwelling on, Madam Deputy Speaker. If we are worried about constraint payments because the network is not there, we are right to be worried. But if that is our view, we should be supporting the building of the network infrastructure across the country. We cannot have it both ways. We cannot say we're worried about constraint payments, we're worried about the costs on consumers, but we can't have this new infrastructure bill. And that is a thing, that is an issue, that is I wouldn't call it a dilemma exactly, but that is a choice that every member across this House has to make.
Vera Hobhouse.
Madam Deputy Speaker, UK households and businesses pay almost the highest cost of energy compared to other European countries. And as has already been said many times, but it's worth repeating, this is because the cost of electricity is coupled to the cost of gas. And I share the Secretary of State's ambition absolutely to rapidly reduce our reliance on gas. Long, medium and short duration storage will play a vital role to bridge the intermittency of renewables. What more can the government do to rapidly increase the support for these emerging technologies?
Well, LDES, as it's known to the super nerds, is really, really important. Long duration energy storage and indeed batteries. We have now a cap and floor mechanism for LDES. Ofgem is looking at the applications, along with NISA, looking at the applications that have been made, and it is now going to drive forward. And that is a really, really important part. And what I always say to people is we need all of the elements of this system. We need nuclear, we need, in my view, we need renewables, we need battery storage, we need LDES as well. All of them can contribute to a clean power system.
Deirdre Costigan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for his statement. It's clear that zonal pricing would not only waste valuable time in the race to reduce our reliance on costly fossil fuels, but it would also see my constituents in Ealing Southall, many of whom are on very low incomes, and indeed families across London, paying more for their bills. So does the Secretary of State agree that this Labour government's plan to invest in clean, cheap, renewable energy and to reform energy pricing for the whole country as one is a fairer and more effective way of reducing bills for everyone?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that really important question, and I think she makes 2 points that are critical. One is the time it would take to get to a zonal pricing system, and the second is the arbitrary nature of who would benefit and how they would benefit, and the cost differentials. And I think we can see that there would be just a great sense of unfairness about that. And she's also absolutely right. The choice is not reform or no reform. The choice is what kind of reform. And that is what reform national pricing is all about. And above all, Madam Deputy Speaker, and my other honourable friend referred to this, it is about getting on with it. It might be lost in the mists of time, but the The Conservative Party used to have a target for clean power. It was actually 95% clean power by 2030, but they sort of never really used to talk about it very much, and then they sort of abandoned it quietly. The truth is that they used to understand this. We've got to build the infrastructure, we've got to rebuild the renewable power generation.
Glynos Medi.
The Strategic Spatial Energy Plan must ensure that new large energy projects in Wales work with and not against communities. There must also be a role for local small-scale projects, as these can deliver the large amounts of clean energy we need with far less impact on our communities and the national grid. Can the Secretary of State say how the upcoming SSEP will put the needs of communities at its heart and how it will be supporting the expansion of small-scale energy projects?
Lady makes a really important point, if I may say so, both about the SSEP, the Strategic Spatial Energy Plan, but also more broadly about the role of community energy and the role of, for example, rooftop solar. Even before we were introducing the Future Homes Standard, we're seeing an increase in the number of new homes that are having solar panels put on roofs. We've got community energy, which is much more successful in places like Germany and Denmark, which GB Energy is going to be powering forward. And also, I'm really interested in how do we make it more worthwhile for individual householders to install solar panels themselves, because this is right for them, and it's a real way to cut bills. That's what's really sort of exciting about it. So, absolutely, we definitely see small-scale energy, community energy, as part not just of our planning for the future, but also something we want to drive forward.
Tracy Gilbert.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I warmly welcome the decision by my right honourable friend today? Zonal pricing sounded like a good idea, but the reality is that the uncertainty on future arrangements was risking investment and would not lead to jobs in green manufacturing in my constituency of Edinburgh, North and Leith, or indeed across Scotland. To meet the needs of consumers and businesses, we need to have a more flexible energy network. So can my right honourable friend set out to me a bit more detail about how you envisage this to happen? Yeah.
Well, I really thank my honourable friend for that really important question, and I do think that there is an important dimension here in terms of the impact on Scotland, because Scotland has really exciting plans around driving forward renewable energy. In particular, obviously, around offshore wind. It can be a massive job creator for the future. It's something we are really focused on. And one of the other issues that zonal pricing would have meant would have been a really, I fear, quite an adverse effect on the Scottish green economy. And this was a point powerfully made by lots of different stakeholders in this debate. I can definitely say to her, we are 100% committed. We think, Scotland has a rightful place as an energy capital, an energy powerhouse, and offshore wind is a crucial part of it.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank you for allowing my question. I must apologise to the House and to the front bench for being a little late today. Look, I appreciate the high-wire nature of the Act which he and his ministerial team are trying to deliver here, but there are two litmus tests in Scotland that are absolutely crucial. One is that private investment is essential to make the journey to net zero happen. And secondly, Scotland, as you reference, is such an energy-rich country, yet we're paying the highest prices in terms of tariffs and standing charges. So can I ask the Secretary of State, will his statement today make it easier for private investment to come in and deliver us towards that journey to net zero? And will he does he foresee lower energy costs for consumers in Scotland?
The answer to both of those questions is yes. And just on the first point that he raises, this is a really important point, and it goes to the question asked by my honourable friend, which is that the fears that lots of people had that it would really dry up the renewables industry in Scotland if we went down the route of zonal pricing. And that's why we have opted for the planned system that we have talked about, the reformed national pricing system. And then just on elaborate on the second point, absolutely building this clean power system, building a system that can lower wholesale prices, which is the absolute prize here, is the route to lowering energy costs for people in Scotland and across the UK.
Chris Murray.
Madam Deputy Speaker, last summer was the hottest on record, and this summer may be even hotter still. The world is facing a climate crisis. To tackle that, we need to move fast to net zero, and Scotland's energy sector will be crucial in this country achieving that. To do that, we need to encourage, not discourage, investment, and we cannot waste any time. Now, can the Secretary of State tell us, does he think the decision today will help Scotland boost its energy sector, and through that, this country's fight against climate change?
Well, my honourable friend speaks with great expertise and passion on these issues. On his first point, I think it is worth saying something about this, and I hope to be saying more in the next week or so on this, which is what we are seeing around the world in terms of the impacts of climate change is, I'm afraid, the new normal, but it is not normal in terms of what the past was like. And we see some horrifying scenes from around the world, and we know those are much, much more likely to happen because of the warming of the planet that we are seeing, and therefore there is real urgency, and my honourable friend is right to emphasise it. And he is also absolutely right in seeing Scotland as playing a pivotal role in answering this question for the UK in terms of our energy security and in terms of tackling the climate crisis. And I believe the announcement today will help in that endeavour.
Meyer.
Deputy Speaker, yesterday I hosted a roundtable of manufacturers in the rural part of my constituency, and they welcomed the government's industrial strategy and particularly the measures on industrial energy prices, but they raised concerns about the grid connections in that part of my constituency. So will the government work with me to improve these grid connections? Because the Teesside region has thousands of jobs in clean energy and green industries, and I want all of my industries to benefit from that.
Well, my honourable friend, the Energy Minister, just volunteered unprompted to meet my honourable friend, which rarely happens in this House. I'm not talking about my honourable friend here, but so enthusiastic is he about talking about this issue. My honourable friend is so right to raise this issue of grid connections. We inherited an absolutely broken system with a zombie queue, massively oversubscribed, lengthening delays, and nothing happening, basically. And that's why we have ended the first come, first served system, and we are doing a very much more intentional planned system for the grid. Now, that's good for connecting renewable energy, but the other thing that's absolutely crucial is by working out which energy projects you need and which you don't, you then free up the queue for industrial projects. And that is the key, and that is the work that NESO, the National Energy System Operator, are currently embarked upon, and I hope that will help businesses in his constituency and across the country to deal with the absolutely obvious and acknowledged frustration they have of grid connection.
Claire Hughes.
Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Secretary of State for opting for a reform system which will avoid bills going up in my constituency in Bangor Conwy and also provide the certainty to drive investment in our energy system. So would my right honourable friend agree with me that our clean power mission will not only be vital to generate lower bills, better jobs for areas like mine, but also provide a future for people growing up in our area where we have opportunities like the new Mona wind farm that's just been approved?
Well, my honourable friend puts it so well, which is, when you talk to young people, when you talk to people who are thinking about the jobs they might do in the future, and I'm always struck by this, from nuclear to renewables to carbon capture, across the board, people know that these are the growth industries of the future, and there is just a huge, huge opportunity for Britain, including her constituents. I think it is incredibly exciting what we can deliver, and this is the new case for climate action, which is it's about energy security and lower bills, it's about jobs and growth, and it's about doing the right thing for future generations.
Jazz Apple.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank my right honourable friend for his vision and the statement that he's just delivered. On the issue of inheriting zombie systems from the previous government, does the Secretary of State agree with me that it's remarkable that the party opposite have shown no contrition whatsoever about the dire state that they left our energy system in, which resulted in the worst cost of living crisis in memory, and families in Ilford South and across the country are still paying the price.
I think my honourable friend puts it incredibly well, Madam Deputy Speaker, and they haven't shown any contrition, they haven't shown any acknowledgement, and they haven't learned any lessons, not a single lesson. It's basically, you know, we were right, they say, and the electorate was wrong. I gently say, or not so gently, to them, you know, that is a recipe for oblivion. That is frankly a recipe for oblivion. And it's time they really took a long, hard look.
Last question, Alex Barros-Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank my right honourable friend for his statement? And can I put on record my thanks to the Minister sat next to him, my honourable friend for Rutherglen, for the extensive conversations he's had with me and other Welsh Labour MPs about our concerns about zonal pricing, in that we felt it would fail the fair and affordable test that the Secretary of State has outlined today. So I welcome his statement. Now that we've had this announcement about reform national pricing, can he assure my constituents and businesses in my constituency of Cardiff West that they will see lower consumer bills as a result?
Absolutely. And look, this is the key, Madam Deputy Speaker, and this decision provides the certainty that I believe was required. It's the fairer choice. It's the choice that is not going to lead to 7 years of uncertainty, 7 years of risk premiums and higher bills. And now it gives us the platform to work with industry to get on and deliver. And if I have one message for industry, it's now is the time for them to step up, to come forward with these projects. We are breaking down all the barriers that they face. We're breaking down the barriers to planning and grid and uncertainty, and now our determination, our absolute determination, is to get on and deliver for my honourable friends, constituents and people across the country.
Can I thank the Secretary of State for his statement this afternoon? And staying with energy, we come to the first Select Committee statement on behalf of the Energy, Security and Net Zero Committee. The Chair of the committee will speak for up to 10 minutes, during which no interventions may be taken. And at the conclusion of his statement, I will call members to ask questions on the subject of the statement, which must be brief questions, not speeches. Can I emphasise that questions should be directed to the Select Committee Chair and not the Government Minister, although front benchers may take part in questioning. I call Bill Esterson.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to present our first report of this session. Gridlock or growth, avoiding energy planning chaos. I think it follows on very nicely from the statement from the Secretary of State, especially given some of the questions. And can I thank my colleagues on the committee for their diligence and proactive engagement throughout the inquiry, not least as we managed to produce a detailed report despite a very challenging timescale, I think it's fair to say. Now, in the Secretary of State's statement just now, he addressed some of the concerns we raised in our report about planning, the part it plays in ensuring infrastructure is built, he said, in the right places so we can provide power where it is required. And that has to be at a cost that is affordable for domestic and business consumers. His focus on the serious problems of high energy prices for businesses was very welcome, and something the committee has taken evidence on most recently yesterday, where the Chemical Industries Association referred to a crisis in the UK's industry caused by uncompetitive energy prices. In our report, we considered the role of the Strategic Spatial Energy Plan, the SSEP, and the Secretary of State told the House just now this will be published next year. Again, this is something we welcome and recommended in our report, but we want to see much greater clarity on both how the Clean Power 2030 Action Plan and the SSEP relates to grid connections and the development consent process. We found evidence that there is significant confusion over the role that grid connections have in determining securing planning consent, and similarly the role that having planning consent can play in securing a grid connection. I was pleased to hear the Secretary of State make his commitment to the publication of the SSEP, but as I say, I would encourage him to do so sooner rather than later. Now, in the 1950s and 60s, the country made substantial investment in a supergrid, a secure and modern energy infrastructure designed to meet the country's growing energy needs. It was designed to give us 30 years of resilience. In the 1980s, the grid was already coming under strain and in need of continued investment. So what did the government do? It privatised it. So Malcolm Rifkin provided the rationale. The energy industry, as he said, should be able to make its own investment decisions based on its investment needs and on the resources that it can raise in order to fund that investment. Unshackled from the state, our energy infrastructure was expected to attract its own investment. But for our vital grid infrastructure, the promised private funding just did not materialise. At the time in this House, a rising star of the Labour Party, the then Shadow Energy Secretary, someone people may have heard of, Tony Blair, challenged the market-led approach to energy infrastructure. He said, even when the industry is privately owned abroad, in most countries, major strategic decisions are taken by governments, not companies. All those unresolved contradictions underline the stupidity, indeed the impossibility, of an energy policy determined by the interests of the private sector, he said. The very considerations most critical to securing the long-term future electrical supply are the very ones least suited to the inevitable short-term demands of the market. The then future Prime Minister's predictions were sadly all too accurate. Today, whether we pursue renewables, nuclear or internationally traded gas, the reality remains the same. We urgently require overdue upgrades to our ageing energy network. And the strategic direction of the government is clear. It is to build and deliver the energy infrastructure that will cut carbon emissions, secure our energy supply in the face of serious and growing international threats, and reduce energy costs for households and businesses over the long term. If we get it right, the UK has the opportunity to become a global leader, not only in developing and deploying low-carbon infrastructure, but in how we manage the transition itself. Energy security is the top priority for this government, and of course it is for my committee. We want Britain to stand on our own 2 feet, producing energy on our land, on our shores, and in our seas. By our own workers, too, giving us the opportunity to seize back control of household bills. Political consent and public support for the energy transition are essential, and that's because Britain's national security depends on it. While the government has set ambitious targets for the UK's transition to clean energy, underpinned by both international commitments and domestic legal obligations, real progress will depend not on high-level debates about ideology or party politics, but on whether we can construct the low-carbon generation and transmission infrastructure needed to meet these goals in practice. That's where these policy statements come in. They provide essential planning guidance for local and national authorities on how to evaluate proposed energy infrastructure and how such proposals interact with wider strategies and land use plans. We called our report Gridlock or Growth because the choice is stark. If we get this transition right, the UK can benefit from clean, cheap, renewable energy, cutting bills, boosting business, supporting the growth needed to fund better healthcare, education and pensions. But the current system for prioritising grid connections has become severely congested. Too many speculative projects with little chance of being built are clogging up the queue, delaying or blocking more viable ones. The system has effectively seized up. One of our clearest findings is the need for common sense reform. The government is right to propose moving away from a purely market-driven system because that system, left unchecked, has led directly to the current gridlock. Planning authorities cannot remain blind to the project's chances of securing a grid connection. A project's prospects of grid connection should become a material consideration in the consent process. It's sensible at this time to have a guiding hand, prioritising those projects most likely to deliver the energy generation we need and to build the necessary transmission infrastructure to get that energy to businesses and households across the country. Of course, none of this will work without proper planning consent. That in turn depends on meaningful engagement between developers and communities, engagement that happens early and is focused on resolving issues before they become entrenched. That's a key part of how we avoid the lengthy and expensive legal challenges that have held the British energy sector back. Too often new solar or wind farms and the pylons needed to carry energy to homes and businesses become flashpoints of local opposition. Communities are frequently consulted too late to shape the outcome or not given real insight into the trade-offs involved. We heard that when people are told that underground or offshore options may cost more and lead to higher bills, they're often more open to overland options. Similarly, the committee recommends that nature-positive infrastructure projects can engage and better galvanise public consent for development, and that there should be a presumption against building onshore wind infrastructure on deep peat. The committee recommends that the National Energy System Operator, NESO, uses strategic planning to foster earlier, deeper community engagement well before the formal consent stage, that the government require developers to engage earlier meaningfully with local communities, to identify potential impacts, explore mitigation options and commit to delivering them. We also heard that a significant proportion of proposed mitigations, despite having funding allocated, are never actually delivered. The failure of the system to enforce these measures erodes public trust in the process. The result of poor consultation is nobody satisfied. Communities feel ignored, developers face avoidable delays and legal costs, planners and courts are burdened unnecessarily, and confidence in the system is undermined. The principles are simple. Put the right projects in place through direction from the centre, secure consent and mitigations by building trust in the system, early engagement and proper enforcement, and build the infrastructure. The Clean Power Plan and soon, please, the SSEP set the priorities. We have the investment and innovation potential supported by the industrial strategy. Lower bills, greater security and sustainability of energy supply are there for the taking. Let's take it and go from current gridlock to growth. And I commend this statement to the House.
Vera Hophouse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We have just heard how important it is that we get community support for the infrastructure, and the committee supports the presumption of consent for low-carbon infrastructure with critical national priority status. However, as we have found out in the committee, and said in the report, we have raised serious concerns about the potential impact on biodiversity and the lack of delivery on promised ecological mitigations. And does he agree with me that it is essential for Parliament to hold the government to account on ensuring that the energy transition is delivered in a genuinely nature-positive way?
Well, I thank her for the question and for her service on the committee. Her contribution is always valuable in our discussions and in the questions we put to our witnesses. She rightly raises the issue of the mitigations, the nature mitigations that we looked at in our inquiry. And we heard that, as I mentioned in my statement, that all too often developers don't implement the mitigations that they are required to do so. So I think it is very important, and this is one of our recommendations, as she implies, to government, to ensure that developers carry out their obligations and implement the improvements that she refers to.
Thank you. Thank you to the Chair of the Committee for leading us through this report. And it's right that sometimes select committees do pose more of a challenge to government, and in this case I think it's right to call out that whilst the department is doing great things and working at pace, we just need to make sure everything is joined up and coordinated. The national policy statements, the land use framework, the new SSEP, we've heard these strategies and plans need to be joined up to make sure nature positive and nature based solutions and environmental protections are also joined up. So does the chair of the committee agree with me that the department does need to work harder to make sure, whilst we deliver at pace, we make sure everything gives one coherent message to the market?
And again, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for his contribution. He joined the committee more recently and has grabbed the agenda with both hands, being one of our most assiduous attenders. I think he and the honourable lady matching each other on attendance, actually, so I don't want to give the wrong impression here. But he is quite correct that we do need government to engage with our recommendations on enforcement of nature-positive solutions. And I think it gives me an opportunity to reiterate this point that there is this confusion between whether the need for planning consent precedes grid connection or the other way around. And I think we could do with clearing up some of those areas by government.
Edward Lee.
We're all in favour of green energy in Lincolnshire. We do our bit with massive wind turbines to the North Sea. But has the committee done, or is it going to do more of an in-depth report about the sheer concentration of solar farms in Lincolnshire, 10,000 acres around the one town of Gainsborough? I know that that's the grid connection, which is important, but surely the committee could play a useful part in saying that all parts of the country should play their part, because you cannot simply take 10,000 acres out of good agricultural production in one small part of England.
Bill Esterson.
Very grateful for the question. This is something that we looked at as part of this inquiry, but we looked at more widely. I think it's really important that those who are hosting major energy infrastructure are taken on board. We made recommendations about early engagement, about listening and actually taking and not just ignoring what local communities say, about the potential for rerouting sites or routes for pylons. He's talking about solar farms. Are there other options? And having proper engagement. And there is good evidence that when engagement is done in the correct way, compromise is often possible, and that whilst not everybody's ever going to be happy with consultation, there are definitely better ways that these things can be done.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I commend the work of the committee and my honourable friend in this area? Certainly the comments in the report echo what National Grid told me when I visited their operation in Hams Hall in my constituency. But does he also agree with me that the government's work on the Planning and Infrastructure Bill has also paved the way for infrastructure projects to be able to be delivered much more quickly? And does he agree with me that businesses like JLR, who've got their battery assembly plant in my constituency in Hams Hall, will welcome the work of his committee, but also the government's work on delivering vital infrastructure?
Very grateful to her, and I think it's an excellent point. There's a very good crossover between the planning and infrastructure legislation going through Parliament and the amendments that were made to the national policy statements, and our recommendations pick up some of the linkages between the two, as she suggests. I think the key point is how do we speed up the process so we can get to my final point, which is getting on and building the infrastructure, as she says.
Claire Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The report highlights an ambiguity about what is set centrally by government and what is expected from industry. Now, the Select Committee has heard separately, outside of this report, evidence on tidal range power generation from the Severn, and has also heard of innovative approaches on the visits. So does the Chair share my concern that the ambiguity highlighted and the confusion it causes could lead to the UK missing out on opportunities to be a world leader in alternative types of generation? And would you agree that this confusion needs to be clarified?
Again, I'm very grateful to her for her contribution since the start of the committee, and an assiduous attender again, I should say. She makes absolutely the right point that where we've identified areas of ambiguity, and I think that there's a lot around grid connection and planning in particular that I've touched on before. The government needs to clear this up so that decisions can be made in a timely fashion. Developers can have the confidence and the certainty that they need, and we can get on with the process of improving the infrastructure, the grid capacity connection, and the supply of cheap clean energy.
Jenny Riddle-Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Chair for his incredibly thorough and interesting report, and I look forward to reading it. I wonder if he could comment on an amendment that I put forward to the Planning and Infrastructure Bill. Suffolk Coastal, it's often said, may be hosting up to 20% of the UK's future energy or transporting the future energy. We have 4 NSIPs within a 5-mile radius, and there's been no coordination between the energy developers for the planning and development of those NSIPs. Now, the amendment I put forward suggested that that it would be legally required for coordination of the energy developers when they're bringing forward their plans so that we can manage the mitigations, look at the issues, and just better plan and develop out when large NSIPs are being developed.
Grateful to her. I think it's an important point that we have proper coordination between developers and different projects. It's something that we touch on in our report as well. Now this is the national policy statement, so it is the strategically important element of planning, so very much relevant to the point that she raises. I think she'll find some comments and some of the evidence that we heard in our inquiry lends quite a lot to the point she just made.
James Wilde.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In North West Norfolk and across the county, there are plans for major solar farms, substations and other infrastructure taking high-quality agricultural land out of use, and the cumulative impact is being ignored. So can I welcome the committee's recommendation on solar? And does he agree that the planning system should ensure that energy infrastructure is built on developed land, brownfield land and industrial land, not best quality agricultural land? And why does he think that the government has so far failed to prioritise energy security in the national policy statements?
Bill Esterson.
Well, I'm grateful to him for his question. I think most of that question probably is better answered by ministers. But as to what we found in our evidence, it very much is the case that we have to work with local communities to address the concerns that come from having significant amounts of infrastructure where they're being hosted by local communities, including his. I think the point about putting solar or indeed wind farms on brownfield land is a good one anyway. I don't think anybody's against that, and I think that is part of what the government intends. I think the point is that there are occasions where that's not possible. The key thing, I think, is the engagement, taking people with and demonstrating the case for where infrastructure has to go.
That concludes the first Select Committee statement, and we now come on to the second Select Committee statement on behalf of the Education Committee. Helen Hayes will speak for up to 10 minutes, during which no interventions may be taken. At the conclusion of her statement, I will call members to ask questions on the subject of the statement. These should be brief questions, not full speeches. And can I emphasise that questions should be directed to the Select Committee Chair and not the relevant Government Minister. Front benchers may take part in questioning. I call Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to the Backbench Business Committee for allocating time for this statement. Today, I speak on behalf of the Education Select Committee and, more importantly, the thousands of children across England whose lives are profoundly shaped by our children's social care system. I'd like to put on record my thanks to the committee's clerks and specialists who've supported this inquiry, and to the 4 young adults with recent experience of the care system who came to give oral evidence in person to the committee: Georgia, Jake, Lamar and Louise. I know it wasn't easy to speak about the challenges you have faced, including experiences that no child should ever have to endure, but by doing so you have helped to shape our report and ensure that young people have been at the centre of our thinking, and we are very grateful. Children's social care provides essential support to some of our most vulnerable young people, children who have faced trauma, neglect, abuse, bereavement or instability. They need not only protection, but also love, stability and the opportunity to thrive. In December 2023, our predecessor committee launched an inquiry into the state of children's social care. Following the general election, my committee resolved to continue this critical work. Our inquiry builds on substantial evidence, including the independent review of children's social care published in 2022, which concluded that the system was failing to meet children's needs. The evidence we have received from care-experienced young people, social workers, local authorities, charities and academics confirms that many of these challenges persist. Madam Deputy Speaker, the system is under significant strain. Rising need, stretched budgets and workforce shortages are compromising the ability to put children genuinely at the heart of the system. We have seen a significant shift in the profile of spending on children's social care, from spend on early help services, which has fallen 31% in real terms over the last decade, to spend on costly crisis interventions, which has rocketed. This imbalance is unsustainable. The 2022 independent review proposed a £2.6 billion uplift in children's social care spending between 2023 and 2027, with £1 billion annually ring-fenced for family help services to shift focus forward toward early intervention. This recommendation has not been fully implemented. There has been rising need for children's social care over the past decade, with the number of looked-after children standing at almost 84,000 in 2024, an increase of over 20% since 2014. These pressures reflect broader social and economic challenges. Poverty is a key driver of social care involvement, and the forthcoming child poverty strategy must be ambitious, aiming to significantly reduce the number of children growing up in financial hardship. We urge the Government to allocate a substantial portion of new funding from the spending review to restore early intervention services to 2010 levels in real terms. Prevention is not only the right thing to do by children and their families, but it is also more cost-effective. The shortage of appropriate placements for looked-after children is a critical issue. In 2024, 45% of looked-after children were placed outside their local authority and 22% were placed over 20 miles from home, disrupting education, relationships and exacerbating trauma. We call on the Department for Education to publish a national sufficiency strategy for children's social care, requiring every local authority to develop plans to reduce out-of-area placements and demonstrate how they are implementing best practice. Not every local authority sends children far away from home, and we believe more can be done to reduce this harmful practice. The children's social care market is failing to deliver for children and local authorities. The excessive profits of some providers are unacceptable, and reports of financial instability among some large operators are deeply concerning. The Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill includes provisions to reform this market, which we welcome. However, these measures must be rigorously monitored. The Department should provide annual updates to Parliament on their impact, and if a profit cap is introduced, my committee must be consulted on draft regulations. Our inquiry examined in all forms of children's social care: foster care, adoption, kinship care, residential care and support for disabled children. Within foster care, the most common placement type, there is a shortage of approximately 6,500 carers. We urge the Department to develop a national fostering strategy. Simply continuing to advertise for more foster carers will not be sufficient, and work is needed to address some of the practical barriers which stop foster carers from being able to sign up once they show an interest in doing so. In particular, we are calling for collaboration with the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government to ensure that housing policy properly supports foster carer recruitment. Kinship care is a vital option for many children. The forthcoming Kinship Care Allowance pilot must provide financial support equivalent to that of foster carers, and we call for legislation to guarantee kinship leave entitlements. For adopted children, the Adoption and Special Guardianship Support Fund must be made permanent to eliminate annual funding uncertainty. While we support the emphasis on kinship and foster care, high-quality residential care remains essential for some children. Reports of children placed in unsuitable settings, such as caravans and boats, are completely unacceptable, the opposite of a child-centred approach. The new regulation and inspection regime for supported accommodation is a positive step, but universal care standards must apply across all placements. The social care workforce is in crisis, with high turnover and overstretched staff increasing safeguarding risks. We call for a comprehensive workforce strategy to improve retention and reduce reliance on agency staff, which increased by 38% over 5 years to 2022. Disabled children face significant barriers, including limited access to respite care and inconsistent assessments. We heard that support for disabled children is often deprioritised as social services focus on child protection concerns, and that sometimes parents of disabled children are treated inappropriately with suspicion and subjected to inappropriate assessments without justification when they need support. We urge the Department to implement the Law Commission's proposals and establish clear national eligibility criteria. Mental health support is another critical gap. Children in care are 4 times more likely to experience mental health challenges, yet access to services remains inadequate. We recommend piloting co-located mental health services between social care and CAMS and strengthening mental health assessments for children in care. It is essential that children in care have a voice when important decisions are being made about their lives. Currently, too few children are accessing the advocacy support they are entitled to, with an average referral rate of just 5% across local authorities. We endorse the Independent Review's proposal for an opt-out model of independent advocacy for all children in care to ensure their voices are heard. Reunification with birth families, when safe and appropriate, can be a positive outcome for children and parents. However, current practice is inconsistent. The Department must evaluate reunification practices and publish national guidance to ensure it is prioritised when suitable and in the best interests of the child. There were 49,000 children on child protection plans in 2024, an increase of 1,600 from 2014. Neglect remains a significant concern, and we call for a national survey on the prevalence of abuse and neglect and a dedicated national neglect strategy. Finally, and most concerningly, Madam Deputy Speaker, support for young people when they leave care is simply not good enough. Care leavers have some of the poorest outcomes in society across a range of measures. 39% of care leavers aged 19 to 21 are not in education, training or employment, compared to 13% of all young people for that age group. And it's estimated that a quarter of homeless people have been in care. Care leavers still face a cliff edge in support on turning 18. And we heard from young people who had to drop A-levels and struggle to afford rent while in full-time education at the age of just 18. The Department for Education must develop a national care offer to ensure minimum standards of support across the country and review and improve the financial and housing support available to care leavers. Madam Deputy Speaker, our children deserve a compassionate, coherent and effective social care system which places their needs at the centre. Behind every statistic is a child who deserves the same opportunities as their peers to feel safe, loved and empowered to thrive. The recommendations in my committee's report provide a roadmap for reform. We urge the Government to act swiftly in addressing rising need, restore early intervention, reform the delivery of care placements, ensure better mental health services and support the workforce and stop care leavers facing a cliff edge at the age of 18. We owe it to these children to build a system that is not merely reactive but restorative, not just efficient but compassionate, and not only functional but transformational. Thank you.
Munira Wilson. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I congratulate the Chair of the Select Committee on this report and thank her and all of the committee's work on it and her statement today. I particularly want to welcome the recommendations on kinship care, which mirror very closely, actually, the measures that I put in my 10-minute rule bill that I introduced in this place 3 years ago and that we on the Liberal Democrat benches have been campaigning on. And I hope she'll work cross-party to make sure the government goes further and faster on kinship care. But in particular, I wanted to pick up her recommendations on the Adoption and Special Guardianship Support Fund. She and I know how distressed families are of children who've been adopted or put into kinship care who need this support. Does she agree with me that actually it's a very small amount of money, that if the fund could be slightly expanded, then all children could go back to having the level of support they had before the cuts were introduced a few months ago?
I thank the honourable member very much for her question and for all of her interest in this and work in this important subject area. On the Adoption and Special Guardianship Support Fund, the report makes strong recommendations about the need to make the fund permanent and for the need for the government to evaluate the impact of the cut in the short term and to review and to make changes to the level of the funding if that is needed. We know that the government is also looking at changes and improvements, particularly in access to mental health services, so that more children who are adopted can get support through the mainstream of health services without having to rely on that specialist funding as a supplement for that. And we think the government should look very carefully at how that goes, but not be hesitant to make changes to restore the fund if that is needed following monitoring.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to have contributed to this report as a member of the Education Select Committee, excellently led by my honourable friend, the member for Dulwich and West Norwood. And I do want to thank as well the clerks and the staff for all their work on the committee. It's good to see that the report today has been welcomed by the Centre for Young Lives, the County Council Network, care leavers charities like Become as well. I'd like to ask my honourable friend to expand on the section of the report that's about keeping children safe. The evidence we heard from our witnesses during the inquiry was that the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill was going to do a lot to address their concerns about keeping children in care safe. But despite this, we've still made recommendations about multi-agency working, We've recommended that those agencies have clear processes in place so that they can review and escalate concerns between their different agencies with a clear line of accountability and decision making to keep children safe, to stop them falling through the gaps. Does my honourable friend agree with me that it should be a priority for the department to get these processes in place to stop those children from falling through the gaps?
I thank my honourable friend for his question and for all of his contribution to this report today on the committee. And he's right, he will recall the very distressing evidence that we took, which came in the very short aftermath of the verdict in the case of Sarah Sharif, who was so badly let down by services that had multiple opportunities to intervene to keep her safe and failed to do so. So we welcome the steps that the government is taking through the Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill to strengthen joint working, and particularly through the single child identifier and other measures around multi-agency working practices. But we are calling for the government to go further, because none of us can tolerate seeing any more of those tragic cases in the headlines, the names of the children that we remember who are failed by services that should be there to protect them.
John Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm immensely grateful to the Chairman of the Select Committee for her report, the way she's introduced it and the work she's done. I'm particularly moved by what she said about disabled children. And I wonder if she'd looked in those terms at the relationship between all that and special needs education, because of course there's a close association between the two. And further, whether she'd looked to the issue of parenting, the quality of parenting. I have to tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was at a school just a week ago in my constituency. They're telling me that children are presenting to school really very poorly parented. And this is related to the subject which she studied. It's not exactly. Not all children, of course, but too many are suffering in that way.
Yeah.
Helen Hayes.
Can I thank the right honourable gentleman for his question and for his interest in this area of work. My committee is looking separately at the issue of special educational needs and disabilities, and we expect to be able to report very shortly on that, and that is an expansive and lengthy inquiry. He is of course right that there is some overlap, and one of the things that we heard from families with disabled children in relation to children's social care was about the kind of multiple difficulties that they face with different parts of a system that is not joined up enough to support them. And on his question about parenting, that speaks very directly to our recommendation about the need to shift to early intervention and help and support. And in that vein, I welcome the government's announcement this week about Best Start family hubs and the expansion of those services, which I believe are trying to do exactly that. And we will keep a close watch on how that goes over the coming months.
Satter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable friend for her statement and, like her, pay tribute to the care leavers who spoke to us, often sharing deeply traumatic stories of their journey through the care system. Their corporate parent is ultimately the state, and we, as its custodians, must bear the responsibility of making sure we support children in care as if they are our own children. Does my honourable friend agree with me? That's why the committee's recommendation that the government should implement a national care leavers offer is so important to guarantee a consistent approach across local authorities.
I thank my honourable friend very much for her question and for her contribution to this report, drawing on her own very deep experience in this sector prior to coming to this place. I agree with her. It is, and I should say that many of us come to this subject area also as parents, and as the parent of a 19-year-old and a 16-year-old. The stories that we have heard on our committee of children just cut adrift by services at the age of 18, when we still need young people are still growing, they're still growing into adulthood, they still need so much help and support, are heartbreaking and unacceptable. And that's why we are calling for a national care offer, so that care leavers, wherever they are in the country, can know that there is a guaranteed level of support to help them into the next stages of life.
Josh Newbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome this report and I look forward to reading it in detail. I'd like to thank the committee for all of its work on this important matter and, of course, the Chair for introducing its many excellent recommendations so comprehensively. There's a lot to go at, but I'd just like to quickly touch on 2 points. I declare an interest as a foster carer and an adoptive parent, and I fully endorse the report highlighting the huge widening gap in foster carers. The emotional appeal for foster carers is powerful, but as the committee have said, it's simply not enough. Would the Chair agree with me that properly recognising the effort and complexity involved in fostering placements is urgently needed, most importantly for children in care? And on support for care leavers, I've heard from all too many who, on reaching 18 or even before then, move out of the council area where they were taken into care. So I'd also like to endorse the call for a national care leaver offer as well. Thank you.
Helen Hayes.
I thank my honourable friend for his question and for bringing his personal experience to this debate as well. On the subject of foster carers, I agree with my honourable friend. We looked in detail at this issue and the gap between the numbers of people expressing an interest in foster care compared with those who actually sign up and become foster carers of children is so enormous that we focused our attention on some of the practical barriers that are needed that prevent people from actually becoming foster carers, and particularly on housing. Particularly is the case, particularly for foster carers who might be living in social housing, that housing policy does not adequately support what is often the same responsibility of the local authority that is their landlord when people want to come forward but they don't have enough space at home. So we think there is more that can be done in that space to overcome the practical barriers that foster carers face.
That concludes the Select Committee statement.
Point of order.
Point of order, Sir John Hayes.
Very grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, you will not know, but I have learned that independent experts have advised that Lincolnshire Police is now at real risk of having to issue a Section 114 notice. That's the equivalent of a public body declaring it can no longer balance its budget. This comes after a long campaign that's been run by myself and fellow colleagues about Lincolnshire Police funding more generally. Has the Home Secretary instructed you that she intends to come to the House to address this? For the people of Lincolnshire are acutely worried that policing services in our county will cease to protect them from the risk and reality of crime and disorder.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his point of order. The Chair has had no notice that the government intends to make a statement. I am sure that the government front benches will have heard his comments and they're now on the record.
Point of order.
Point of order, Sir Edward Lee.
I support my right honourable friend, but I want to make a different point of order. Has the government told you that they are going to come today to make a statement on cross-channel crossings? The channel is in chaos today. Already 220 people have poured across. 1,195, for instance, arrived on the 1st of June. President Macron and Prime Minister Starmer say that this cannot go on. This is an existential crisis for our country, and we want to have action. And just taking in a swap of 50 a week is not going to solve the problem. So in this vital issue, have they come to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and said they want to make a statement today?
I thank the honourable member for giving me notice of his point of order. I can confirm that the Chair has had no notice from the government that they intend to make such a statement today, but the government front bench will have heard his interest in this matter. Presentation of Bill, Secretary Angela Rayner.
English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. We now come to the backbench debate on attainment and engagement of boys in education, and I call Sam Rushworth, who will speak for around 15 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I also thank the Backbench Business Committee for granting me today's debate, and to colleagues across the House for their interest in what I believe is one of the most overlooked and consequential challenges of our time: the underachievement of boys at every stage of education. This debate's not about grievance, it's about evidence. And I hope that today we can focus on the data and the consequences and the things that must change to do better by our boys, not instead of girls, but alongside them. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm also proud to have Kian and Alex in the gallery with us this afternoon, two work experience students from my constituency in Bishop Auckland. They've helped me prepare for today's debate, working alongside my parliamentary assistant, and they've done so with thoughtfulness, curiosity and maturity. And I hope that their presence here today is a reminder of the promise that exists in young men in County Durham and beyond. But we cannot ignore the reality that too many of our boys are being left behind by a system that does not fully see them, expect much from them, or equip them with the tools to thrive. Let's start with the facts. By Key Stage 2, only 57% of boys meet expected standards in reading, writing and maths. That's 7 percentage points behind girls. And when looking at the writing gap alone, it's 13 points behind. In their GCSE exams, boys on average achieve half a grade lower than girls across every subject. At A-levels, girls outperform boys by an average of over a grade and a half across their best 3 subjects. And girls are even pulling ahead in the new T-level qualification. Just 30.4% of 18-year-old boys went into higher education last year compared to 42% of girls. Boys make up over 70% of permanent school exclusions and 95% of young people in custody. I will.
He's just mentioned 8 in 9